Okay. Well, why does it say okay? Testing Joe Biden 123. Okay. Testing Joe Biden 123. Okay. I'm assuming that that's good. I have no clue. Did it not go to Twitch? Oh, does Twitch go in like slower or something? Does Twitch go in? No, it seems to be fine. Whatever. These things are strange. We know this. See, I always see fit. It's like I have the restream stuff set up within OBS, but I always have to like go in and like update the titles and do everything within restream. I don't know. You know what else is funny is that it says that there's like restream branding up in the corner. It's like, oh no, you gotta remove that branding by signing up for the subscription. It's like, well, no though. There's no restream branding there. There's no Ukraine branding. It's not there. Doesn't exist. I don't know how accurate this meme behind me is. Do the memes ever have to be accurate? Can't they just be funny? They are funny. It is accurate to me. Okay, as I stutter. That is kind of what the meme means. That's what I was talking about. As I stutter. Whatever. I was gonna real quick give a little bit of a little bit of a spiel, a little bit of my thoughts on this thing, this thread. No, I've seen a thread from this guy previously, recently, um, and I just found it like I didn't find anything in particular to be like to be frustrating with well, it's like I don't know, it's like sort of like correct, sort of not correct. Um, but it was funny. Like I think that one was, it was talking about something to do with like I don't feel suicidal. I just feel like I don't want to exist on this earth anymore because living is too hard. And like I just had seen a quote retweet that was like, this ideology is the stupidest thing ever. But I was like, I'm like sort of in the middle with that because it was like later on he realizes like apparently this is called suicidal ideation. I've been told, and it's like, yeah, like that's it's still a problem. Like just because but it was like I don't want people to be concerned for my health and stuff. It's just like, well, I mean, why not though? Because it's fine for people to be concerned when you've got an issue. Like it's okay, man. I don't know. Um, but yeah, the shipping epidemic. This one's a bit of a doozy. So it's like you could, if you don't know, you can Google name X name and see not safe for work fanfics of said characters. Said characters. This is the first slide, isn't it? There are no said characters yet. Um, but yeah, it's the most toxic shipping fandom starter pack. Now, I've seen a lot of stuff from these communities, and there's that meme that goes around that's like me when bad the fan base. What is the thing? Um, I love this thing. Oh, but the fan base, I can't stand the fan base. Like it's like the original position from that is like the art itself. It's like forget death of the artist. Like we have to full on go to the level of like death of the fan base. Like it, I find it a little bit bizarre that people will judge like the thing itself. It immediately comes up. It's just like, oh, Undertale, I love Undertale, one of the greatest games. It's one of the greatest games. People are immediately jumping to, oh, but the fan base. It's like, I mean, like, why do you care about what other people are saying and doing online? Like, ever? Why does that have to affect you? It just seems like a bit of like an emotional maturity thing where it's like, mm, I don't know why it matters. But we got JoJo, which I've never seen anything of myself. Like I don't think I ever. I mean, most toxic fandom, like I've seen people just being a little bit ridiculous when it comes to like oh, you have to watch the show, and they've been obnoxious about it. It's really ticked me off before, and I mean I've had a negativity bias against people like that for other unrelated reasons, which is why it's a bias. But it's like I don't really know if I have an issue with that. Um, Specifically, this is talking about shipping. Like, never really noticed an issue with JoJo's and shipping. Um, I don't know what that is. Harry Potter. I mean, people have like shipped like crazy, but like it's cringe. But it's never been anything where I'm like, oh, it's awfully problematic. Like Harry and Draco. There's this sort of like um this culture. Maybe I don't want to get into it too much, but like there's a sort of culture that you see, um, at least in my generation, among high school females, where they like really like, I suppose, sexualize male gay uh, gay activity. Uh, well, they romanticize it for sure, but they also sexualize it to a certain degree. And it's, I mean, it's that's one of the first things I saw with that. Was like, that's interesting that you think that that those two characters, Draco and Harry, being together like that. Okay, interesting. Um, Never really seen anything of shipping from this show. I haven't really seen the show. I've heard a little bit about it. My Hero Academia, I think, is the yeah toxic shipping. It's not so much who they're shipping, but how religious they are about it. How dedicated they are to being like these two people are together, when it's like, well, no, that there's no basis in the actual fiction itself about that. It's not canon. And it's like, as long as you can see these and understand like there's a separation from canon and there's a separation from real life, and not freak out about it in any particular way, then I feel like you it's like that's the litmus test, is like, how emotional are you really getting about this thing? um and like are you ill? Are you normal in the head? like like I feel like it's something to keep in mind, because it's like Undertale. It's like there's and there's a lot of things within these where there's canonical shipping, and people like canonically speaking, there are romantic couples that go through romantic arcs in the actual canon itself. So I don't know. It's an interesting example, but I kind of see where you're coming from with it, where it's like, yeah, the fan base is cringe, I guess. That people do cringe things within the fan base. Rick and Morty, cringe fan base for sure, but the ship, like, there's no like shipping. Like, I've never seen anybody ship anything. Like I could just be ignorant to this, and I don't know if it's just like Googling. It's like, I mean, just the fact that you can Google any particular character shipped with any particular character within a franchise, and that someone's done it. It's like, I feel like this is just an extrapolation of Rule 34. If someone's done it, yeah, of course somebody's done it. Why do you care? Like, I don't know. Um, South Park, I've never seen anything from. Steven Universe, I've seen too much from, and that's definitely a bit of a cult of a fan base for sure. FNAF definitely has some stuff within that. Danganronpa, I'm not familiar with anything from it. Has Been Hotel, again, I haven't seen anything of it. Maybe, I'm sure, like, this is all sort of like it's a Rule 34. Once again, it's like, if you search any of these things where you take any character, it's like you could probably find anybody shipped with anybody. But like, what's the point? It's like it exists. We know it's out there. So like, why do we even care? Attack on Titan. But then it's funny to have like Dream be the one in here where it's like, well, all of these are fictional. This is sort of, to a certain degree, a reality show. Like, it's got real people playing Minecraft together. Like, I don't know. Um, Say, people will ship any duo, trio, group, team rivalry, regardless of any canonical hints of romantic/sexual attraction. I feel like that's the point. Um, like, when there's nothing there, they will make it be there. When there is something there, then they're going to obviously, you know, go crazy with it. Um, that's like they've all been shipped amongst each other. Like put it's like yes, like that's the way that the internet works. Like people do this. Um, Lots of these I haven't seen, or I'm only vaguely aware of, but it's like I've never seen anybody do that with specifically the. This used to be my favorite film as a kid. Um, what year was that? 1940, 37, whatever the piss. Peter Pan, Disney Peter Pan. Like, never seen anything with that. Because I feel like this is relatively um, like not mainstream because it's like an old IP. Like I don't know, it's a weird thing for people to talk about. It's like I've obviously seen a lot of Undertale stuff. Never seen any JoJo. Um, just because this movie came out recently and it's a massively popular movie. It's like yeah, people have been doing stuff with it. Um, it's like this much is a like everything presented here is true. It's like um people will ship anybody with anybody regardless of what canonically they are sexually attracted to, either hinted or confirmed within the canon. People just ignore that and they ascribe whatever they want onto it. It's like that much is definitely true. um but it's framed within the context of this being like a bad thing inherently, and it's like I don't really see why it's an issue. Um, no issue with kids minors being shipped respectfully, but my issue with people over sexualize them in fanfics by defending it, saying it's fiction, it doesn't matter. Um, they're all kids. I don't care if you're a minor too. I feel like that I don't really have any issue with this. It is I do think it is weird. Sorry, Tiger. That when to see people shipping these two child characters, Kirua and Gon. I Kirua. For some reason, I struggle with the pronouncing the Kirua. It's not difficult. I don't know why. Anyway, but it's like there's like 10-year-old boys with no sexual connotation within the show whatsoever, and then people like shipping them together. It's weird. Um, there's nothing canonical in here. As far as I'm aware, with a lot of these things, there's nothing canonical. Steven Universe is a very confused show about a lot of the issues that it has with like what like gender, sexuality, romantic. Like it's messy. So I don't know. Like that one's a weird one. I don't really know much about the rest of them, but it's like for the most part, there's nothing within the canon. I think it's this next slide. Yeah, this is the one that I'm like, um, so it's like parental guardian X child, cest ships, and any adult X child ship are sick. I would tend to agree. But part of my issue with this, um, so Rick and Morty, I've never seen anything within the fandom where they're people shipping people together. It's really not that sexy of a show in general. There's not a lot of like wholesome romantic. Like it's following the antics of a very broken home, um, with a lot of like crazy personality types interacting with each other. Um, like everyone is sort of dislikable for different reasons. It's like you've got Rick, who's a bit of like a megalomaniac, I suppose you could call him. Um, he thinks that he can just do anything. And he has a massive ego because of how intelligent he is and how he can weaponize his intelligence. And him being the father of Beth, that sort of carried on to her, where she has a bit of an ego. Her husband is pathetic, and their relationship, started out with a single teen pregnancy, like a prom pregnancy that was like, they wouldn't have been together if not for the mistake in the family, and you could kind of see the way that, I mean, but all that pressure being put onto Summer as that person who's like, you are the mistake, we wouldn't have been together if not for your existence, you know, puts a lot of trauma on her, but she's really hedonistic and annoying. uh Morty is sort of similar, where he's very pathetic in a lot of ways. He's cowardly, very rarely charismatic, but he's a 13-year-old who's extremely horny. The, the art style and it is one thing where it's like the art style is just sort of generally unattractive. I mean, it's something you see in you know, animation nowadays. It's just, that's, I don't know, that's the way it is. That's the way people do things. Adult adult animation just has to have like this disgusting, like, you know, Frank Thomas and Ollie Johnston rolling around in their graves being like, what happened to appeal? What happened to appeal? If you have to sit here and animate these characters for hours on end, and if I have to watch them for however long the runtime of the show is, then I want them to look like nice to look at. And I think this show falls flat in a lot of ways in that. But regardless, they don't really have a lot of romantic tension in the same way that a lot of these other shows do, because the show is so cynical. It doesn't really believe in love in the way that a lot of other shows do, or a lot of other fictional things do. But it is kind of funny to be like ragging on incest when this show has not a supportive opinion, I wouldn't say, for like incest, but it has canonical incest happen in the show on accident, albeit, but like, and in an incredibly bizarre circumstance that would never be able to translate into real life. But it's like that there is incest that, canonically speaking, there's like, isn't the character called like the giant incest baby? Like, it's acknowledged that it wasn't intentional and that it was like disgusting that it happened and whatnot, but like it's canonically in the show because the show is like dirty and graphic and cynical and gross. So it's like, it's an interesting thing to bring up. I haven't seen anything from from, you know, whatever is prompting this individual to complain about this, but I do find it interesting to specifically prop this up as an example. When it's like, I don't know, I have seen people do things with this. I don't really have much to say about it. I didn't really remember like watching the show. People, I don't know, Batman and Robin, I don't know if I've ever seen anything with that in like any particular iteration. Don't and haven't watched this show, don't understand a lot of this stuff. Most of the anime on this I really haven't a single opinion on. Genshin Impact, are Genshin's characters really even characters, or are they kind of like less developed than like Apex Legends, where they you know, they've got like some backstory and they've got like hints at relationships, but you don't really see them interact in a story. So it's like, you know, kind of I don't know. It's like Cuphead and Mugman are brothers. I don't know if I've seen people like do things shipping them together specifically, or drawing NSFW, whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm sure it exists. Sands and Papyrus, I think I have seen. Never seen anything Phineas and Ferb. Never at all even close to seeing anything to do with Lost of Us. Like people really do that. Like, I guess if we're operating under the idea that this is a thing that just happens to everything, I'm like, okay. But okay, this is an interesting example, right? Because this show in and of itself has some really strange things happening in it, romantically and sexually speaking. So it's like, I don't know why this is a particular example. Again, like kind of worse than Rick and Morty, where it actually does believe in love to a significant degree. Like, it's kind of the opposite of Rick and Morty in that it very much, it's like anti-cynical. Like, it's very much like a doe-eyed, like childlike view on the world and on a lot of things. Um, but again, I don't really know all that much about it. My Hero, I don't doubt. I've seen a couple things about it, but it's like, yeah, no. I mean, I've seen stuff in Gumball. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's a kid show, and it's like, I don't know. It happens. I've never seen anything with Gravity Falls. Um, I've gone over basically everything on here, but it is interesting. So it's like all of these are within their own canons, mostly like there's nothing like where they're like baiting ships between these things. This is just people, putting their own ideas out there where they're like, let's do like the funny incest of like I don't know, whatever they're into. But it is strange, where it's like all of these, within their own continuities, uh like pretty much fine with the exception of this. And then this is the really important one, is Dragon Maid. Now people, it's really interesting, like, to put Dragon Maid in the context of all of the rest of these ones, because it's just like, so you are concerned with like, people see like these two, or these two brother and sister, these two brothers, we see this entire family, like you have a problem with these people being shipped together within the context of the shows themselves, having no canonical implication to that whatsoever, which is one of the things that was mentioned here, where it's like, yeah, no canonical hints. So it's like there's no canonical hints. And I agree that this is happening. No canonical hints. People just do it whatever because they feel like doing it. Whatever motivates them to do that. But it's interesting that with all of these, there's pretty much no canonical hints, with this being sort of a minor exception. I mean, I can't really speak to it. I haven't really seen it, but I've seen clips and understood certain things, heard some discussions about what goes on in this, that I'm like, I don't know, it's seems a bit sussy. But this being like the only one where there is straight up canonical, like, I don't know if I call it romantic, but there is a relationship, a physical, and I think to a certain degree sexual relationship between a like an 8-year-old boy and an adult woman, in the very least. Not only is she an adult woman, she's like, she's the classic, like, she's 1,000 years old type of thing. Like, I don't actually know what her canonical age is, but in the show, in and of itself, isn't his name Shota Kun? Shota? Though I obviously Kun is an honorific, but I'm pretty sure that word is like, it's like the opposite of lolly. I'm pretty sure where it's like, it's male. Is that no. Well, oh no, so well, there's Shota Khan, which is like just, male version of Lolicon. But then there's, what is it? Yeah, no, his name is Shota. Shouta. Isn't, like, I swear that's a reference to the fact that it's this type of like character dynamic. Or he's the type of character where it's like it's a sexualized young boy. Like, I mean, I suppose I could be wrong. Like, maybe it's not supposed to be a reference at all. But within the show, in and of itself, it is an absolute. I mean, to call them sick, I would absolutely call it sick. I mean, the show has. I mean, somebody did this. Somebody went in and wrote these scenes, someone storyboarded these scenes, somebody um you know greenlit the ability for these storyboards to be used within an actual plot of the show. Eventually someone animated it, and then people, it was put out and people consume it. It's like there was an absolute definite problem within, um I don't know, shall we say it Japanese culture, shall we say it weeaboo culture, or just human culture in general, um where there are people who think that it is okay for an adult to be sexualizing a minor. um I think there are some very dire consequences for that, but it is interesting to put this as an example among all of the rest of these, which, for the most part, maybe with two minor exceptions, uh, don't have any sort of, you know, you know, parental guardian ex-child cestship, adult childship. Like, there's none of that that is actually intentionally hinted towards. It's just something that people do because people are into that, and so they want to like draw these characters in these situations, and that they just do it with everything. This is the creation of these two characters, um where particularly, it was created to be, I suppose you could say it, pedophilic. um I mean, there's a scene in season one of that show where two, like, at least physically, well, I don't know, canonical age of whatever her name is, but it's like two, uh like kindergarten age girls are like practically making out, lying on each other in extremely sexual positions. Like, it's a very, very disgusting show. um it, but it's also funny the way that people actually, the way that online discourse, at least Twitter discourse, has discussed this show. People will have, when season two came out, I mean, I seem to remember, like, the animation studio like physically burnt down, so it was like we didn't know if they were ever going to get, a continuation. So Dragon Maid S comes out, or at least when it was announced, it's like, hey, wow, they're coming back. A lot of beautiful animation in that show. It's just, I mean, from a writing perspective, from an actual consumption of media perspective, there's just nothing going on in it. Um, and I mean, it's a slice of life. It's like, okay, yeah, but like there's literally no drama. Like, any amount of drama or action or any other elements that they put into it is just like eventually just forgotten because they just wanted to like animate people doing things. And it's like, I there's hardly a story here. There's not really. It's like a basic, about as basic as a story can get, where it's like you're just showing things happening, progressing from A to B. Regardless, I mean, that's a critique of the show itself. When Dragon Maid S came out, people were calling the show pedophilic, not because of the literal pedophilic, relationships that they have, where we have an adult woman who is taking advantage of a child, but what, or like the animators who intentionally animated a scene. Like, it's funny that people get worked up about cuties. So something of that caliber, where it's like, these are real human beings, albeit, like, obviously we can take it to that level. Real human beings sexualized, very big problem. Especially considering the actors themselves were underage, and it's like, well, we're going to make a movie about how sexualization of kids is like wrong, right? But then we're going to intentionally do it constantly and edit it in a way and frame it in a way, storyboard, like the entire story is done in a way so that me as a director, I can intentionally shoot like 11-year-old girls twerking. It's just like, it's very clear that you're into it, and you used someone else's kids, and exploited someone else's kids in order to make what you wanted to make. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that's okay. And I don't think, I don't think most people think that that's okay. But for some reason, there's a very vocal, perhaps it's a vocal minority of people who are okay with this, but are not okay with something like cuties. Or maybe they are. Like, I don't know. I've never spoken with them before. and I definitely understand a certain amount of it being a fictional character. Like, there's definitely another side of the argument to a certain degree, but it's just, it's nasty that it exists in the first place, that somebody clearly gets off to it and created it for that purpose. um I don't know, like, I think to a certain degree the fact that it's a adult woman and a underage male, there's a lot of apologia. Is that the proper use of the term? People do not hold women accountable for sexually exploiting young boys, because everybody just assumes that there's no damage that can be done whatsoever because they like enjoy it as a 10-year-old who doesn't like know anything. It's like, hey, being sexually exploited at a young age leaves deep, lasting mental scars. And I don't think anybody should be apologizing, uh, playing apologetics for that. Like, that's pretty messed up. But like people were getting mad at Dragon Maid S not because of the actual like pedophilic themes within the show itself. No, they were getting mad at the short dragon lady with large breasts because she was short. Like she was so short that meant that she was like a child despite the breasts. Like, okay, like you're not going to have an issue with the actual lolly character where it's like, oh, she's like 1,000 years old but she looks like a child, because the body of children turned on the people who, you know, like the people who made the show were like, you know, we're not going to complain about the actual sexual exploitation of a child here by a, you know, by a being who absolutely understands what she's doing. Like, not going to complain about that. We're going to call it pedophilia to animate a short woman with large breasts. That was a big Twitter moment. So I don't know how much of this I'm necessarily allowed to talk about on Twitch, as it's obviously a lot of pretty intense topics touching down on. I forget what the term lemon means, but it's just like, yeah, to be concerned that a lot of this is like I don't know, like some of those I'd be like, yeah, no, those are sick. But like a lot of this is just a fantasy, and you have to remember that. Um, like I feel like this fails to see the other side, where it's like I'm still kind of conflicted on this issue. I kind of see one side, but I don't know exactly where I lie when it comes to like the act, because you start to get into the predicament of, you know, like there's so much ground that you have to cover, where you're saying, how much is it morally acceptable to have a fantasy that is completely detached from reality? Is it possible to detach a fantasy from reality? Like, is it morally okay? I mean, what is wrong with incest in the first place? What is morally incorrect about that? And even if, you know, two people can agree why it's not morally okay, is it okay within the context of it only being a fantasy and not being something that actually, and, you know, individual in particular would be wanting to indulge in? You know, does it encourage people to indulge in that behavior in real life, and do something that is morally incorrect? Like, this is a very packed moral debate that absolutely is not settled, which is why this entire thing is happening in the first place, is because people can't agree on this. But it's like, this sort of moral outrage is very interesting to watch, because it shows a very clear lack of understanding of what any arguments could be against it. It's like when I don't know, maybe you see like a Christian conservative go on Twitter and be like, I can't believe that gay people exist. Can you believe that gay people exist and are doing this? It's just like, you seem very out of touch with how much, um, like, it's like, yeah, this is a thing that happens because people think differently to you. Um, you can't just be like, I can't believe, can you believe that this is happening? It's like people, yes, people can believe that that's happening. Like, you are not convincing anybody by clutching your pearls like this. If you really wanted to convince somebody, then I feel like the tone of this wouldn't start out with something like this. Let's talk about it the right way. If you don't have selective vision, like, this is a very smug attitude. It's very it's just it's like you want to talk about selective vision, like, you clearly don't see the other side of the aisle here. And I'm kind of in the middle where I'm like, some of this I'm not comfortable with, some of it I'm like, I don't really give a crap, but like, a lot of it is just, this is just what people do. And to pretend like everybody should just like automatically agree with you, it's like, what this is it's pandering. Like, you are just pandering to the people who already have a problem with this thing. And clearly people aren't really on board with it because it's not getting a lot of positive traction. And it said that he reposted. I'm wondering if he like clarified some things by editing, but he said, I don't like enemies being shipped. I don't mean the enemies to lovers trope. This is not going to convince anybody. So it's like, enemies to lovers trope within a canonical context is fine. And maybe if you're writing your own fan fiction where you have an enemies to lovers arc that is shown, like, is that acceptable? But because it's not canon, it's acceptable. Like, tell me what you're talking about, because you seem to have this sort of like prefixed idea in your mind that everybody should understand what you're saying, and that the way that you say it doesn't matter. And it's like, listen, you're pandering to people, like you are pointing to a lot of different things that, the only thing that I really take issue with, like, where I'm like, this should not exist, is probably like just literal pedophilia. Like, that's where I draw the line. But it's like, if you have fictional characters who are of age having consensual relationships that, don't have a, moral implication, like I don't know, incest is really dicey, right? Like, it's one of those where it's like, I don't know exactly how I align on like the fictional aspect of it, as well as like, what is the moral in real life. Like it's a conversation that I've never really had before, and that I've not really thought about quite so much. But clearly he's not thought about it either. Like, or at least he's not thought about, like, why did it, I forgot I had the thing. Thank you for the follow. Sometimes I just forget I'm streaming. I was like, I'm just rambling about things. But I don't know, it's a very heated debate where there's a lot of people who don't really know where they lie on it. And it's like, you're coming in with this like brazen anger, being like, I am like morally correct, I'm just like righteously angry. And it's like, that's going to turn off anybody who you could have convinced in having a rational, nuanced conversation about this. A topic like this requires a significant amount of nuance, and so I don't think this format suits really trying to have a conversation about this at all. When it's like that, you are touching on so many things. I mean, I've been going for like 40 minutes now, and I thought that I could make like pretty quick work of this. This is a very, very complicated situation where you're talking about a lot of franchises, lots of fictional media, and it's like, you don't get that, like, there are people who disagree with you. There are arguments that you probably have to consider. Like, like I don't even know, like if you want to convince people, you should, or if you really just want to have a discussion on this topic, it has to be nuanced, and this is just lacking a lot of nuance. um it's like literal murderous and abusive villains that hate the pro tags. Abuser x abuse is a huge no. um of course, is it's like this is very clearly like you don't understand that people don't even come close to having a problem with this, because like these are characters, like fictional characters, like, you know, me seeing a fictional depiction of a pedophilic relationship and being uncomfortable with that and thinking I think there are some moral implications to this that are very problematic. And having like, it's like incest is very dicey topic. Dicey, is that the right? It's very controversial. I don't think most people are pro incest. And a lot of people, most people, I think are uncomfortable with it. I think most people would agree that these things existing in media, or um, being sort of put out there to a significant degree, it's like I think most people would agree on that. But it's like you're gonna find a lot of people who are just like, why do you even care? Like, why do you care that people ship a lot of these I look at and I'm just like, does this even exist? Like, has someone actually shipped these characters together? You got like Deathstroke and Teen Titans, Robin, lots of characters I don't know. All I know about this guy is he's full. Oh, I actually, how do you do the full? I don't know if that's how he sounds. It's like I don't know a lot about these characters. It's like, but the only thing that you see. Wait a minute, isn't this Makima and isn't this canonical? Isn't this actually like a? It's not like an enemies to lovers. I suppose it's abuser x abused. I suppose is where that fits under. But like that's, it's like you're not talking about shipping here. You're talking about the actual implications of the fiction, like the canon itself. So it's a weird example to put among where it's like these, like all the rest of these characters are always enemies. Um, but these ones stick out like a sore thumb in comparison to the rest of them. Well, as far as I'm aware, I haven't watched all of this. Um, but it's like these stick out like a sore thumb because it's not the people who are shipping them, it's the show that's shipping them. It's the actual canon that actually has a romantic tension, the sexual tension that exists between these two characters. Um, so it's weird to even really have them be there. Um, this is interesting because like this is an enemies to like friends situation. There's actual like it's a redemption arc on the part of Zuko. Um, I suppose like this is obviously very different because it's like Azula is like doesn't really have the same redemption. Um, Bill Cipher is like again, I've never seen anything of this. Like, does have people ever shipped Bill Cipher um and Dipper, and why do we even care? Because it's like who actually does that? It's like the amount of people who actually appreciate that, it's got to be extremely small. Um, Flowey, Kara, Frisk, Azriel, all of the Undertale characters. Like, I've definitely seen that because people go crazy with it. But again, I don't think that it has anything to do with the actual characters. It has more to do with the fact that people just sexualize everything. So it's like, if you're going to have a problem, then maybe you should just talk about how people sexualize everything. It's like, I feel like this is just an extension of Rule 34. This one I find to be extremely interesting. Any character, X creature, animal ship, jail time. This is a kid show. Like, point to me, like, are the voices in the room with us right now? Are the shippers in the room with us right now? Who is actually shipping these characters from a kid show? Like, I've never seen that happen. Isn't with Shadow and this character, I don't know because I haven't seen it, but isn't there some sort of canonical implication between the two of them, if not like an actual thing where it's been expressed? um I think I've seen this. I don't know if I've seen that. don't think I've ever seen, like, who actually does that. Um, I mean, people just sexualize Toriel in general, and like, I don't know, people sexualize everything. So it's like, yeah, sure, I've seen that. I'm not familiar with this show. I've never seen this, and I again, it's like with a lot of these kid shows, it's like, point to me, like, are they in the room with us right now? Like, who actually is doing that? And considering who's actually doing it, why does it even matter? Um, but a lot of these, it's like I just have an issue with it being a kid show in the first place, especially if it's currently a kid show where the people who are working on it, like something like Bluey, where it's like the voice actors are anonymous because they're minors and they're trying to avoid things happening. Like, I don't know, it's interesting. Uh, but it it makes me wonder what the what this individual's issue is, because this is a topic that again requires a lot of nuance. It makes me wonder why do you think, when do you think it is okay for people to involve each other with, in a sexual context, or other a romantic, whatever context, like when is it okay to have a relationship of that caliber? Because I don't necessarily, oh crap, I screwed up. um what have I done? I don't necessarily think that that even why you think that this is the case. And I mean, people have had to have these conversations a lot. What's it called? The Harkness test, where it's like, um it's okay to have sex with it if it can consent, or whatever. Like, is that, like, I think it's extrapolated from what he actually says within the show itself. But it's like people employ the Harkness test, where it's like, hey, this is an intelligent animal that can speak, or an intelligent creature, like, that can speak your language. Then, like, is it okay to um have a relationship, romantic or otherwise, with it? Is it in the first place? Like, when is it okay? Because I think fundamentally a lot of people believe it's like, okay, the reason why it's not okay to have sexual relationships with children is because it's children cannot consent in a moral sense. Children are not mentally developed enough to actually comprehend what they're doing and what the consequences thereof are. So it's a, you are abusing somebody. That's why it's statutory, is because there's no legally recognized ability. And I think it obviously comes out of a moral idea that children cannot consent, because they are not able to comprehend what's happening. And I think even 16-year-olds, maybe 18-year-olds, I think there's many situations where it's like, you really don't know what you're consenting to. And when it comes to that level, it's like, what is required for someone? I've been thinking about this ever since I had my what's the philosophy class that I took. Like, what is the cutoff for like who deserves rights, right? What is it that makes it so that everybody should be treated in XYZ way? How should we understand that should be recognized? Is it legal? Well, I don't think that that's okay, because fundamentally, I believe that people have inalienable, the inalienable rights, human rights, God-given, whatever you want to call them. They exist whether or not your government, or anybody else for that matter, decides to recognize them. So a lot of people, they have this sort of malformed idea of like something like, we gave women the right to vote, we gave them the right, we gave black people the right to vote, and we gave it to them too late. It's like, I think that is a very malformed idea that comes out of, well, actually, some people consciously believe this, is that rights are entirely made up and can be given and taken away because that's just what the government does. When it's like, morally speaking, I do believe that there is no right to, um to disrespect people's inalienable rights. Like, just because it's legal to do so doesn't make it okay. And I think most people could get along with that. It wasn't okay morally to have slavery, and to have, the three quarters law. Is that what it was? That, when black people were voting, they couldn't get, they counted to be like three quarters of a man or whatever it was. So it's like, they're not really at all on the same level, because we don't want them influencing our elections very much at all. We want them to matter less. Like, you know, that was legal for them to do. It would, but that was the problem, was that it was legal for them to do it. It took a lot of moral innovations and a lot of legal innovations to finally realize, hey, this constitution thing has not been applied evenly and equally among everybody. The letter of the law, within modern interpretations, with all men are created equal, we think, oh well, what about women? Well, it's like, well, man was sort of meant in context of human, but I think even within that context, it's like, what makes it so that we have rights? Is it intelligence? Is it like what is it? This is a very, very deep philosophical question, where it's like, does your physical body, you being physically, genetically human, is that what gives you the right to bodily autonomy? Is that what gives you the right to bear arms, for example, or the right to freedom of speech and expression? Is that what gives you that right? Is the fact that you are biologically Homo sapien? Because I don't think that that's. I think that there are going to be one day moral challenges along that, with perhaps some more abstract scientific things going on. It's just like, what if someone, I mean, if aliens came down, I think is probably the most simple example that I can go to. Is like, if aliens came down and they were like, we're going to alien all over the place, and we just started slaughtering them because it's like, hey, you're like completely different species from us. You're from a completely different like branch of the like, you're not even humanoid of the whatever, but like, I know you're intelligent, but you don't count. It's like, what if they just what if they were intellectually the same as us, or what if they were, it's like, what if it's essentially just you? It's like, what if they are just like you, they just come in a different package? And I think that that's a very, very important thing to think about, because it helps you understand the principle behind why we believe what we believe when it comes to inalienable rights. At a certain point, there were many people, it was the majority opinion of really the entire earth, that if you came in a different color, then you were not the same. So you had white supremacy in America, for example, or wherever you want to point to, where it's like, black people were not seen as human. There's all sorts of groups that have been labeled as subhuman from whatever perspective, whatever aisle. But it's like, they never stop to consider, hold on a second, could they be just like us, just in a different package? And I think that was important, because it's like, back then they were like, well, they're not human though. It's like, okay, biologically speaking, we know that they're human because, you know, that they're human. We have a common ancestor. There's obviously a different race, and you know, Darwin's laws sort of can help explain why the races diverged and why cultures diverged to a certain degree. But regardless, the principle there is, I think that people, a person's a person no matter how small. Not to quote Dr. Seuss too much, but I mean, clearly a lot of y'all never grew up watching getting the Sneetches read to you as a kid. It's all about, hey, these innate characteristics don't matter. Why are we judging people for their appearance? Why are we judging people for their whatever? When we could, you know, Martin Luther King Jr., content of the character. Why don't we focus on that? But to get back to applying this, I think, you know, when we consider the Harkness test being like, oh yeah, no, he has sex with aliens all over the place, and creatures that are not humanoid, or just creatures that are not human in general. Maybe they are humanoid. They're sort of similar to the look of humans, but it's like they can consent because, you know, they're just, you know, it's just, he's just like me, just in a different packaging or whatever. And it's funny, like, that he'd been described as omnisexual, which was like I feel like pansexual as a terminology is like sort of strange because it's used to apply to only humans, when really it kind of, it's like pan means like, you know, everything. And it's strange because it's like, well, sexually dimorphic species, it's kind of an interesting thing to label yourself as. I think if we're talking mere technicality, pansexual would and omnisexual would be like the same thing, but omni just sounds like it fits more within the context of a show like Doctor Who. I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of ideological evolving when it comes to this type of thing, but it's interesting. It's like when we go to this, I feel like the principle that two creatures that are not the same species specifically are not allowed to have romantic relationships or sexual relationships is not a principle that will be applied evenly, because I think it comes down to the fact that it's just like they are not phenotypically the same. They look very different. And that is the same principle that caused racists, and still to this day causes racists to harass interracial couples and to talk about it. I mean, they refer to it as like interbreeding and like race mixing, these very angrily charged terms where it's like there is bigotry against people who, you know, it just makes me wonder like what happened to love is love, which is never anything I necessarily agreed or disagreed with. It's just kind of a benign statement, but it's just interesting to consider. It's like, you know, there are people out there who think that because phenotypically you do not look the same, that you should not be able to have a romantic relationship, let alone a sexual relationship with each other, because it's not okay. But it's like, scientifically speaking, if any of these pairings, and I don't want to put the image in my head of like kids show characters having sexual relations, but like if any of these pairings had a sexual relationship, there would be no possibility of a child being, you know, any sort of offspring happening due to that, because scientifically speaking, they're different species. You cannot have viable offspring if the genetic code diverges too much. There's not even really any chance of conception, because the genetic code comes together and it's like, we're kind of incompatible. It's kind of like not enough that's similar between the two of us, so it's kind of weird for that to happen. Um, I just think it's coming from the same place. The same people who say, um, I don't want to see black people and white people interbreeding, which happens on both sides, by the way. Um, Crazy white supremacists who are like, we're the white genocide is happening. Everybody's gonna like that. Uh, they agree on this when it comes to, it's like, black supremacists and white supremacists would be perfectly happy if there was like a black ethno state created I don't know, let's just say Oklahoma. I don't know, just specific part, like where it's like all of them can go there, and then we don't mix and we don't breed and we don't do any of this, and we're gonna be happy because we're gonna preserve our genetic, like, it's like, that is just a weird, like, sick, like, I think frankly evil thing to think. But they agree on it in a sense where it's like, I don't want anything to do with you and you don't want anything to do with me, and we don't want genetically to do anything with each other. And it's like, well, hey, you kind of taken everybody else out of the equation, where it's like, hey, black woman, white man, or the white woman, black man, whoever, like, if two people are consenting to it, is there somebody you forgot to ask? It's like, why do you care so much about it? It's like, we shouldn't be interbreeding. It's just like, okay, like, convince me on that, because I don't care. like what is actually wrong with it, first of all, and second of all, why are you trying to police what I do with my bodily autonomy? Because I feel like that's a road that you don't want to go down. You can see a lot of these principles aren't really principles at all, really. I mean, you've got unprincipled people trying to police other people's decisions and all sorts of things, and it's just, this is interesting to see. I just think it's interesting to see that there's this inconsistency, because I really think it comes from the same place. If at one point people were like, well, races, if they thought in their minds that races were essentially like different species, and that it was wrong to interbreed in that way, or that it was wrong for them to love each other and to be with each other, it's like, you're having an issue with actual love here. Now, this is something that I don't think the world is ready to hear, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I'm done with being a coward about things. Let's say, here's a thought experiment. Let's say some sort of crazy thing happened. Like, what was that movie where a guy, like, had his brain, like, teleporting between all sorts of different people, and he starts to have, like, a romantic relationship with was it a guy, or was it, I don't even know how it works. But it's like, he has to come to terms with, like, the fact that he every single day spends a day as a different person, so he's like used to, I mean, that's a very fascinating concept, but let's say it's something like that, except it's a one-time thing. Or maybe it's like some sort of I don't know, accident or miracle of modern science, or like angel of death experiment, botched human experiment or something. But let's say, hypothetically, that we've got a human whose entire consciousness, let's not say brain, let's not say just their soul, that they themselves as a thing, as a consciousness, whether or not you believe in souls, let's say that was transplanted into let's just say a dog. And so they had all the same intelligence, the same thoughts, memories, experiences, everything, but they're within a body that they have to relearn how to work in, that doesn't have the same tools that our bodies have, that has some of the upsides and downsides. Let's say that that's the case. Let's say that person was already in a romantic relationship. Is it now, like, obviously, I don't know, imagine your significant other suddenly turning into an animal, a creature. Like, if you can't really look past the flesh, like I mean, there's a thing about, definitely something to be said about, like, sexual preference, like the type of thing where it's like, would you still love me if I were a worm? I think the the original version of that thought experiment or that question was, would you still love me if I were the opposite gender? Would you still like be with me? And it's just like, listen, I'd have feelings for you, but I wouldn't be able to abide the flesh in that way. I can't really, um, not really okay with being in a relationship like that. Um, like that would be interesting, like sort of a thing to consider, because it's like I absolutely think that an individual, um, maybe many people would be like, okay, my significant other is now in the body of a dog. There's nothing that we can do to reverse it. Um, they have to relearn how to live because they don't know how to control the apparatus. Maybe eventually they learn to speak. Maybe they learn to figure out that they have like certain tools to be able to do things like. But regardless, like someone in that predicament may very well still have sexual needs, and if they actually end up finding love within that state, um again, what happened to love is love is the question that I have to ask there, because it's like I feel like a lot of people see issues uh like pedophilia, zoophilia from the idea that it's just these two things don't go together. It's like you can't have a dog and a human be in love, and I think that that much is true, in the sense that a dog cannot comprehend what love is to the same level, and really level with the human on understanding what that means. um but when you up the intelligence of that animal, and you up the maturity of that animal, because intelligence and maturity are very different things. You can be very intelligent but very immature, um like or inexperienced. Like you could take something, and I think there's lots of NSFW material that probably delves into this, where it's like we're taking someone who doesn't understand the concept um of this thing, and sort of being like, okay, we're good. Like I think, what have I seen that with, like I don't know, like SCP-1471, where it's like, oh, I don't know what, like, gaslighting and ill-informing this creature on what is scary in order to get sexual gratification out of it. It's like, oh yeah, no, are you sure this is scary? Because you don't look scared, you look aroused. It's like that type of thing. Like obviously that creature doesn't understand what it's signing up for. So there's a certain amount of you know morally speaking, I think that's pretty dicey. Um, but in the sense of like, you know, I don't know, like let's say it's like a werewolf type situation where two people, two wolves in love, friggin' Scooby Doo reference. I don't know how many Scooby Doo references I've got like in my brain, but I don't know. The autism is very interesting sometimes. Regardless, it's like you've got two people who, like, every full moon turn into La Criatura. It's like, are we gonna have a problem with them still loving each other and expressing that love to each other via whatever means they prefer? As long as they are completely in their right mind, and maybe even if they aren't in their right mind, then that's okay, because a husband and a wife can get drunk together, and sort of mutually agree that it's just like, hey, well, what happens is obviously something that we're signing up for. Like, I don't know, being mentally conscious is part of it. That there are fetishes that explore this. There's all sorts of stuff that explores this in a way where it's like, hey, we're making sure that the consent is still here, and it's interesting to see, because it's like any character, X creature, animal, ship, jail time. It's like, so you think that anything that is human and compared to something that is not phenotypically human, because I think human in the sense of, biologically human is a different thing from human in sort of the more abstract sense that we use it, where it's like, hey, I'm human. I'm a I'm like a creature with thoughts and feelings and complicatedness in everything that makes me me. So it's like, you could absolutely have, hypothetically speaking, in a fictional scenario, you could absolutely have a character who is human, just in a different packaging. Um, and I think that's something that we ought to consider when we're going forward with this type of thing. Now, it gets tough because it's like, okay, let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that everybody agrees that it's the ability to communicate with human speech, um, in a way that you can present yourself to be able to be fully competently aware of what you're signing up for when you are entering into a relationship with somebody. So Toriel could absolutely have friendships, could absolutely have, I think, or a character like her perhaps could have relationships up to and including sexual relationships, and I think that would be completely morally fine, as long as both of them can be proven to consent to that. It's like, okay, within a court of law, we'd have to examine. Let's say we were looking in a court of law. We're considering, like, okay, we've got, like, we would have to prove that both people were competent to consent, like mentally aware of and comprehending everything that's going on. Now, considering just the idea of human speech being, communication in the sense that, like, let's say you couldn't speak in this fictional dog scenario. Like, you couldn't speak, but you could communicate through, like, I suppose you've seen dogs that'll like communicate by pressing buttons and whatnot. Like, let's say if it was more advanced and you could actually like write, essentially. You could type out things and eventually, consent to things in that way, or at least present yourself to be reasonably competent to understand what you're signing up for. It's like, as long as that's provable, and I think the speech thing is what makes it provable. So it gets a little bit difficult with stuff like Pokemon and the dragons from How to Train Your Dragon, where they're quite intelligent and they understand human speech, to a very significant degree. I think maybe Pokemon more so. Whereas there's a lot of like instinctual things, lots of things that's like, well, I don't know if the intellectual level is at the level to be capable of consenting to something like that. Whereas Pokemon, I feel like, get a lot closer to that. And canonically speaking, there's even stuff like in every Mystery Dungeons game, you go from being a human to being a Pokemon and playing as a Pokemon, and like having that scenario play out, like where these creatures really are presented to be completely intelligent. So theoretically, if they could learn English, like perhaps a character like Meowth is a Pokemon but knows English, and I think could very well possibly at least mature to the level of being able to consent to something like that, and to be able to comprehend what's going on. It's like, I think my principle is the ability to comprehend and to consent to whatever behavior they are going to be involving themselves in. And it's like, we can go from there. Like, because it's strange. It's like, so we've got humans and monsters in Undertale, but each monster has very much a different phenotype. They don't really look to be the exact same, and actually they have many behaviors that are very different. For example, boss monsters, which most people just call her like Goat Lady, or Azriel's a goat, or Ralsei, Asgore, whoever from this specific phenotype of monsters. They just call them like goats, but they're not goats actually. They're called, canonically speaking, they are boss monsters. They the soul persists for a certain amount of time after death, which means that the soul is a little more resilient than the average monster soul. In comparison to humans, a human soul is very resilient, quite resilient to, in fact, to the point that its power can be weaponized after death. As an actual physical talisman, they have the power to use the power of the soul after death, whereas the only monster that can do that is a boss monster, and that's not even necessarily true. That's actually the entire reason Flowey exists. Which, I mean, very fascinating world building in Undertale. Very, very well done story. At least I think so. I've never really seen any contradictions within the story. It's a pretty tight story. But it's like you have other monsters, say alphas, alphys. I think I've pronounced it alphys before. Alphas and fish lady, what the piss is her name? Undine. Alphys is an Undine. The lesbians, we love them. But it's like they have a relationship, a romantic relationship, and quite possibly it gets sexual later. Like, it's not canonically confirmed that it is sexual, but they at least canonically have a kiss or two. They have feelings for each other. It's canonically in the show. Sorry, not show. It's canon to the video game in the continuity of the story itself. But they're not phenotypically the same. So under this idea where it's like, okay, but they're two creatures, so it's fine. Well, it's like, when animals, like, when two creatures do it, is like, would it be okay for two monster species to have a relationship with each other, up to and including sexual relationship? Because they're not human, do we not hold them to the same standard, despite them being just as intelligent or perhaps more than us? Like, what is the principle behind this? So it's like, canonically in the text, it's okay for I hate using text in that context. It's ridiculous. In the universe, in the story itself, it's okay for like Undine and Alphys to have a relationship, but a human and a monster could not have a relationship in the same way. It's just kind of funny to use this character as an example, because I feel like this game, its messaging disagrees with that significantly, because the game is all about really like love, acceptance, and not judging books for their covers, and to like never give up on sort of the human spirit, for lack of a better term. Like, I feel like this game believes more in love and love than this person does, and maybe that's just because they haven't thought about it, but perhaps there is actual bigotry behind that, where, let's say in a different time, I don't think it's that it is not that logically dissimilar to say, these two intelligent beings do not look the same, therefore they are not the same, and they cannot love each other, at least not in a way that I'm going to approve of. People said that about black people and white people. People said that that black people were not human, or they were subhuman, they were less intelligent, or whatever it was that brought them to that determination. They were not okay with the idea of that happening. I feel like that's not dissimilar to being like, oh, Toriel is a monster and you are a human. It could never work. It's like, I don't think that the narrative of that game would agree with you. Not that you necessarily care. It's just an interesting example to bring up. And I think that eventually we will progress to a state of mind where we believe that human rights, being human, is less about being genetically Homo sapien than it is about being, I suppose, rationally. Is that the way that, I think that's the way that Aristotle put it, is rationally self-interested, which some people took, because the way that I saw it is when we were having this discussion in the philosophy class, I'm getting very long-winded here. It's gone for an entire hour 20. It's ridiculous. I didn't want to take this long on it, but it's a very complicated topic. When we were discussing this topic, I was like one-on-one. We did like the Microsoft Teams split off into groups because it was during COVID and I wasn't in person for classes. And I think I didn't get heated, but I got a little like I kind of would challenge people a little more cynically than perhaps I should have. Like, because I don't believe in subjective morality. I believe in some form of objective morality on some scale. I'm just not entirely certain where I place it because there's valid arguments against a lot of where I draw the line, so I can't really find a particular principle to evenly apply morality in that sense. You can always like point towards, hey, I'm sure we can all agree that pedophilia is evil or something like that. But again, that doesn't always work because there isn't some sort of innate sense within every single human being on Earth that will agree on any particular topic. And unfortunately, that one is no exception. But I remember like having this discussion where I'd said the thing that makes us deserving of inalienable rights is the fact that we as humans are rationally self-evident. We are intelligent, but we are rationally self-interested. And they answered, how can you not be, what if you aren't rationally self-interested? Then I'm like, well, then you're not human. I feel like you don't understand what that means. And maybe to a certain degree, I didn't understand what it means. Rationally self-interested. Just want to put it away for a little bit just to make sure that I'm not seeing, like, I'm not giving away, like, I don't know what I might show up, but while streaming, it's always safe to be like, rational self-interest is a behavioral assumption that economists make, not economists, philosophical definition. I don't care about the economical. Rational egoism, also called rational selfishness, is the principle that an action is rational if and only if it maximizes one's self-interest. Well, because in that case, that's not entirely the concept that I'm getting at. Perhaps what I'm trying to say is something a little more abstract than that. It says individualism is, I mean, it's just a very complicated topic, so it's tough to, point here or there where it's like, this is where the philosophy really is. Unequivocally, in its strong form, rational egoism holds to not pursue one's own interest is unequivocally irrational. Well, human beings are irrational, but we still have human rights, so I think maybe I was wrong about that. So it's probably me who misunderstood what that meant. Failing to pursue self-interest is not always irrational. I would probably agree with a weaker definition, if that's the case. Element of nihilist philosophy in Russia. That's very interesting. I really wonder what it is. Egoism, ethical egoism, existentialism, lots of isms that I'm not really sure where exactly, like, where my principle lies on it. But I do think that, when there becomes a certain level of intelligence, when there becomes something to whatever degree, you can end up with a creature that does not look human and actually is as physically far from being biologically human as possible, but is just as mentally human as can be. And I think in those situations, if there is some sort of a relationship to be had between a human and that creature, then that is absolutely acceptable, so long as there is an ability to rationally comprehend what they're signing up for in order to be able to consent. Um, and I think this, you know, pearl clutching is very much ignorant of, like, I don't think like the last, like, probably 45 minutes that I spent on this stupid image, I don't even know, this slide in particular, it's like, I don't think you have thought about this in that way. Like, with the concept of, like, the dog, brain transplant, or consciousness transplant, soul transplant, like, would that person have to live out the end of their lives celibate, or like what? You know, it's very interesting. Invincible season 1, I don't know about the comics, but Invincible season 1, the show at least, explores this in a bit more detail, where it shows that, you know, Beast Girl, that's the name, Monster Girl, every single time she transforms into a monster and remains in that form, it chips away at her physical age, so she de-ages. So she ends up being, like, phenotypically, she has the body that is the age of 7 or something, but 12, I think it was 7, 8, but uh rationally, mentally, she's like 25. So it's like she still has, you know, sexual needs as a sexual person, but she can't do that because, as she puts it, I only get creeps. I only attract creeps. So it becomes a very difficult predicament to be in, where it's like, you know, we're not at the point, you know, nowadays where we can look at, like, there's no precedent for it. Both legally and morally speaking, we have not been challenged on this to actually decide what we think about it. So I know where I generally would be when it comes to the principles, but it is interesting to consider that I don't think anybody who thinks this has even really thought about it all that much. Why do we deserve the rights that we deserve? What gives us bodily autonomy? What gives us the ability to use our bodily autonomy in a way, in conjunction with somebody else's, to have sexual contact with them? Because I would never draw the line specifically at humans can only ever have any sort of relationship with humans, because to do anything else would be wrong, simply because they are not biologically, phenotypically the same. Like, it's like, it's not to say that we should be encouraging certain relations between man and beast. I think beast is, you know, an applicable term for it. It's like, it doesn't pass the Harkness test. It's not intelligent. It can't comprehend what it's getting into. So it's like, we don't. It's like that's a no from my perspective. But I would really want to get to the bottom of it, and ask this individual, like, what is it that gives us that bodily autonomy in order to be able to consent to a romantic / sexual relationship with somebody else? Where do you draw the line, and why? What is the principle behind your decision here? And I don't think clutching your pearls is something that is so nuanced that I had to spend this long doing it. I mean, granted, I'm a pedantic individual, autistic and whatnot, but, like, it's just an interesting thing where it's like, you're clutching your pearls, but there are plenty of people who have thought about this evidently much harder than you have. Because if you had thought about it at all, you would realize that there's a lot of perspectives on this that you wouldn't agree with, and that you disagree with, that you would actually have to go point by point to actually be able to have a discussion on this, which is why I don't think that this is the format at all for this, unless the entire intent is just to serve as confirmation bias for people who agree with you, which we get enough of that. I'm sick of Twitter with all of its confirmation bias in that sense. It doesn't do anything productive. This is not encouraging any sort of a conversation. It's saying, I I disagree with you. I'm not going to hear you out. I'm not even going to explore it from my. I'm not even going to rationalize my position. I'm just going to say this is my position, and I'm disgusted that people don't agree to my principles. Even though I can't explain my principles and they remain only in my head as a mystery to the rest of the world, I'm going to make it very well known through my outrage that that I believe what I believe. Well, it's like I don't even know if you can tell me why you believe it. Um, so what is actually even the point of making this at all? Like, you know, they're fictional. They're not harming anyone. So why does it matter? Let people have fun. They do it with real people. This is a whataboutism. This is actually a false equivalency because it's like, oh, they do it with real people. Okay, but we weren't talking about real people. We're talking about the fictional ones. I think, this, parasocial shipping, way worse on the fanfic side for celebrities, celeb x reader, celeb x character, celeb x celeb. Yeah, it's parasocial. It's oftentimes I think um a result of poor mental health. Frankly, I think it's mental illness. I mean, if it serves as any further proof that there are BTS fans that are not mentally well, I think that this is it. But I think a lot of the parasociality of it is because they don't see them as real people, and that's why they justify being able to draw them in predicaments like this. I mean, if BTS is an interesting microcosm because they obviously don't view them as real people and don't have an emotional maturity to understand how things work. Like, I was gonna make a video on BTS because it was just so, you know. But I find it to be a very interesting thing to say, where it's like, I kind of agree that, you know, Septiplaya, it's like that is like that there is something wrong with you doing that when you're considering these are real people who know each other that are still alive. There are consequences to what you're doing. That's, this is really sus. Same sort of situation for this, but obviously this has a lot of other issues that come with that, which I could spend hours talking about in and of itself. Jensen Ackles, I don't actually know what the context for this is. Is that something to do with Supernatural? If you ship Supernatural characters, or any live action character for that matter, are you shipping the actual people who portray them? Because it's like parasocial shipping. These are two fictional characters. You shipping them together, maybe this individual would take issue with it because it's like a mentor to trainee sort of relationship, sort of a surrogate father relationship in a sense, and he would have moral issues with that, that I could sort of understand where you're coming from with that. But these are actors playing fictional characters. When people parasocially, I had an ex-girlfriend who was very parasocially obsessed with Tom Holland Spider-Man, to the degree of, I mean, it's okay to cry, I suppose, when a character that you really love dies within, on screen. But she was like crying and being like, that's my boy, it's like, okay, this is a fictional character, like, get over yourself off a second. Like, the parasocial sense was definitely there with her. But it's like, these are fictional characters at the end of the day. Just because it's using the likenesses of the true actors doesn't mean that they're actually putting the actors into that situation. It's interesting. Daniel Radcliffe once described, he had said, one of the weirdest experiences of my entire life was seeing myself as a Lego action figure. Is, I believe, it's near verbatim. He did say Lego action figure, which is not accurate, because he was referring to a minifigure, but whatever. Wouldn't necessarily fault him for not knowing the difference, but it's like, it's his likeness, but it's not really him. It's the character that he played. So people shipping two characters just because those characters were physically acted by other people, like real people, it's like they're using their likenesses. So it's more so they're shipping their likenesses as in relation to the characters themselves. I don't think anybody ships actual Robert Downey Jr. and Tom Holland. Well, I wouldn't say it. I don't think anybody does, because I'm certain there's somebody out there who's had a twinkle in their eye thinking of that. But it's more so about the characters and people's attachment to characters is kind of removed from their attachment to the actors portraying those characters. I mean, they're not real people, so you have to keep that in mind. I mean, Dream is a clear example of parasocial behavior. It's like, yes, these are real people, but this is removed. This isn't even this. This is not even Dream's likeness. Neither of these people had a face reveal at the time. This is just what they imagined these two to look like. And it is parasocial in the sense that it's like, oh, we have Cope, husband, and we have Dream, and they're two sexy boys, and because I'm like a teenage female that finds gay men in erotic scenarios attractive, which I don't mean to say that condescendingly. I mean, if you're into it, you're into it, right? But it's like, this is a result of someone's... This is more so a result of someone thinking a certain way than it is like... It's like they don't do it because of the people necessarily. They do it because of themselves. In the sense that, like, you know, people shipping all of these characters, they don't ship them because of the characters themselves necessarily. They ship them because that's just what they do. They like shipping people. Like, if you're like a Rule 34 artist, that's just what you do, is you draw NSFW, which is a term that I never have agreed with. It's a not a pejorative. What's the word? It's a euphemism. It's like, why do we have to neuter our language to that degree where it's like, it's not smut or porn or hentai or whatever, because those have different connotations. It's NSFW. Anything that's not W is NSFW. You should probably be doing work at work, and if you're doing anything other than work, then it's probably not safe to do it, because you could lose your job over it. It's kind of a stupid nomenclature that I've never really liked, but then again, people feel more comfortable saying that because it doesn't have the connotation of porn. That it's like, the entire reason for bringing this up, again, this is a very complicated issue that I would agree with, in the sense that it's just like, I don't like it when they do it with real people, but they're not really doing it with real people here. And in the same sense, not really with real people here either, just with their voices and their personalities and the you know, physical sort of character designs of the personas that they have, you know, in association with that. Like, this is a very complicated topic. This is a very nuanced topic, but the entire reason you brought it up is because people say they're fictional, they're not harming anyone, so why does it matter? Let people have fun. you don't have an answer to that, so you have to be like, oh, but they do to real life people as well. That's a whataboutism. You didn't actually answer the question. Let's say that it's always bad to have parasocial shipping, which, I mean, I think I would agree that, not even for the sake of argument. I don't think that this is. I think there is a lot morally wrong with this and this and this and this to a certain degree. But then this is like, okay, this is removed from the actual people themselves. It's about the characters. So it's like, I wouldn't even put that under parasocial shipping in the same way. Like, it's just people being obsessed with the characters themselves. And can you be parasocial with a fictional character that was portrayed by a real life actor? That's a little bit tough to really know the answer on right off the bat. But it's like, I doing a lot of thinking about this. I don't think you did much thinking about it at all. I think the most thinking you did about it was actually just drawing it up and making it look fancy, which is part of why this has been so poorly received, is because you're not making any good arguments and you're not aware of the counter arguments. You're just saying things that feel just about right. But it's like, well, I don't think you know why you believe what you believe. So how about you use this to rationalize your position rather than to validate your position? Because to feel personally validated is perfectly fine. But in the context of a debate, you feeling as personally validated about your position as possible doesn't mean that you are necessarily right about it, because you will not be able to prove that you actually know what you're talking about, that you actually know why you believe what you believe, and you are willing to defend it if you can't rationalize your position on it. And this doesn't at all rationalize your position, because it's kind of irrational, a lot of this. I think particularly this frame in particular, it's like, this is irrational. You have not explained your principle behind this, and you've done a whataboutism. You've pointed to the false equivalence, where it's like, yes, I agree. Let's agree that is not okay, but like, it's like that's basically all that I've got to say about that. Like, why did you even bring it up if it's completely separate from what we were talking about? And it's like, he doesn't even address that. He's just like, for the Bakugo Deku fans, I support the growth of Bakugo and the close friendship he has with Deku, but they're not lovers. Please stop romanticizing and sexualizing minors with your weakness. Oh, weakness. Weak ass think pieces. Does that mean brain think pieces? Does anybody say that? that seems pretty strange. That's like, I think that there can be a very rational conversation that you can have with people about this. Canonically speaking, I think it wouldn't be too difficult for people to agree. Okay, let's say canonically, let's look at what's in the actual canon, what's in the text, dare I say it. Is there any sort of romantic relationship that you can point to being like undeniably where's your evidence that this is happening? And I'm sure a lot of the shippers are like, well, there's no evidence of it. It's my personal fantasy, and I just like thinking about it and drawing it and consuming drawings of it, or whatever it is. I think there are plenty of adults that be able to do that. It's just like, no, it's just me having fun, and they're not actually canonically like this. That's why I'm making it, is that I'm showing it, I'm just the messenger. No, it's like people want to see, like, for example, an alternate universe story where perhaps that happened, because it's fun to indulge in those fantasies. People enjoy doing it, and certainly, like, just because they enjoy doing it doesn't make it right. But if I don't think that in a lot of cases people are doing anything wrong by doing this. And this post, that this thread, this comic, whatever the piss this is, does not make a good argument. It doesn't really make a single good, nuanced, well-formed argument to actually convince people otherwise, which I think is why this has been so wildly unsuccessful. I mean, this was posted this morning. It's been up for many an hour, and when you see the amount of quote tweets, that's a bit of a ratio. You know, this is a 5,000 follower person who does nothing but complain and condescend people in these, like, that's why I find this part ironic. If I haven't mentioned a specific issue, don't bitch about it in my comments. Instead, be useful and make your own post to help spread awareness. Which, you know, for all of your faults, I have done that by doing this, and I think I've actually been far more informative and nuanced and rational than you have been in this entirety of you making this piece. And I haven't really been condescending either, which you can't stand doing.
Only if you're not scared to do it.
Like, you're being a child about this, and you're not thinking about this really at all like an adult, and you could really tell by this attitude. And I find this very ironic. In reality, majority of these people will never change, but they're still obnoxious weirdos to me. I don't care that they are obnoxious to you. Like, obnoxious weirdos on the internet are gonna do obnoxious weirdo internet things. There's nothing that you can really do about that. So, like, stop making it your own problem. Because, like, it really, like, your emotional control, ironically coming from me being autistic, sensitive bitch boy, you're not being very mature about this at all. Because I think well-adjusted individuals see this type of thing happen where it's like, oh, that's a little bit weird. Not my thing, but okay. And they close the tab and go back. Thank you for the engagement, he said while holding back tears. It's kind of funny because Zach is, I mean, the Twitter incest sexpert. Alabama boy. It's a big thing. I mean, I don't know about him and his personal life, but he is very much aroused by incest. At least it seems to be. So it is funny to see, like, him showing up here, but it's just they're still obnoxious weirdos to me. Is the fascinating part there. It's like, why do you care that people are being obnoxious weirdos? And why should we care that it bothers you? You fragile little bitch. like again, I don't want to be condescending, but, like, please explain to me why we should give a cramp. Why should we care that you that you care so much about what other people do? Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, thank you for the engagement. Take care of your mental health before you argue with me. You have more issues to worry about than being a loser online. And it's like, this attitude is like, you clearly aren't a well-adjusted individual. You clearly have taken a lot of this to heart. It's clearly kind of scratched your I mean, it's touched a nerve. I think that's the phrase I was looking for. Um, but it's funny to take care of your mental health before you argue with me. What it seems to me is that you got pissed about Googling, like you Googled things, or you ended up seeing it one way or another, and you got pissed about it. And rather than realizing that that's a you problem, you decided to try and make it everybody else's problem. So you went out preaching, pearl clutching, to the choir about this issue as you see it. And I mean, I suppose it is an issue in the sense that, you can have a discussion about it. Um, but in the sense that it's like, I mean, it just really doesn't matter all that much, um, in the context of fictional characters. Like there's a lot of things in here that it's like, I think I have common ground with you. Um, but I think you don't understand you you were pissed at something, and so you attempted to do this as a way to validate your discomfort with seeing that happen. You did this in an attempt to make yourself feel better about your discomfort, and to get the validation points from other people who agree with you. So this serves as a way of you, uh, confirmation biasing, encouraging a confirmation bias in yourself and in other people. Um, but you cannot rationalize why you think the way you think, and that is why people have not agreed with, well, people have not been happy with it, is because the people who agree with even just a modicum of what you've said, which it's like, I agree with every once in a while some of the spirit of what is said here, but there's not, it's like, well, the stuff, the actual assertions that are being made in a lot of cases, and a lot of the lack of media literacy. And that's what's kind of funny. If I haven't messaged a specific issue, don't bitch about it. It's like, oh, but does this count as mentioning it? Because all of these characters of like immensely complicated situations, because every single character has a story that they're a part of. They have a certain amount. It's like, these are, characters are sort of like reflections of, that they're fictional people. They're supposed to be like kind of like real people. So it's like, why is it that you can just go out and say all of this stuff, and then
Well, if I didn't mention anything specifically,
does it count that you showed these characters here, in such a, it's like, yeah, I think it is very ironic to say take care of your mental health before you argue with me. It's just like, you intentionally framed this in a way with this smug ass attitude, and were condescending constantly with it. You cannot expect people who disagree with you to be civil about it when you know, draw first blood in that way. Um, it's like there's not much room for decorum when you enter the room throwing the decorum out the window. And of course, people have done worse. That there've been significantly worse things in other scenarios, that I think it's like, well, when it comes to decorum, simply coming in hot is something that a lot of people do, and they can still be right. The thing is that, um, there's a concept I've been thinking about recently where it's like, I think I was listening to a podcast and it was mentioned. It's like, um, if you're smug and correct, that can often be, for a lot of people, like a +2. Um, but if you are, it's like you're winning. But if you are smug and incorrect, then you look like a buffoon. You look like an idiot. You look like a fool. You look like an ass, and you're making an ass of yourself online. And you know what? When you do that, it's like, you're opening yourself up to more criticism just by doing this. And so only the people who have just as little of um a rational position on this as you do are going to sit here and agree with you, and to give you your clap for you give you validation points. um and it's like, you know, you came in not knowing your shit, and you you ended up just spewing a bunch of crap um, that doesn't convince anybody, at the same time of belittling the people who disagree with you. And it's like, if you go into a situation like this not knowing what the other side thinks, not understanding it all, because it's like, for a lot of this, I'm in the middle of it, just sort of being like, I don't really care either way. But there's some of it where I'm like, I really don't know what I think about it. I have a lot of issues, but I don't really know where to, you know, place myself in terms of which side I'm on, I suppose. It's like I can go with my gut, but I can't really tell you exactly why I feel that way. So I'm not going to like preach about it. But it's like, this guy went with a gut feeling, and preached about it in a condescending way, not knowing really consciously any of what he was saying, as you know, not knowing why he believed what he believed, and he paid for it in backlash, and it clearly got under his skin. Um, More well-adjusted individuals, I think, will take similar sorts of situations, and they never end up making crap like this, because they're not these terminally online, like, I mean, every single thing in this is like a I don't care. He doesn't care. Uh, this is projection. I don't care, and I'm telling you I don't care. You clearly do care. It's like, bud, people are, don't be a loser like me. This is hypocrisy. I don't even have to read all of that to understand that that's hypocritical. Wow, look at that fan art. Now I'm gonna get inundated with fan art. All you do is go and complain online about things. Oh, I think I've seen this one before. I mean, this can be I feel like this one's actually a little more rational, but not because this individual knows how to actually explain it, but because it's actually correct and not just like being, well, then again, I'm not going to dig into it because I don't want to spend any more time getting extremely nuanced about things when it's like, okay, I think this has gone on long enough. It's been like 2 hours. It's a little ridiculous. Um, but it's like, yeah, this is immensely ironic. Oh, and it ratioed. Um, if you have a problem with any of my fictional pairings that I enjoy on the internet, for the low cost of $9,000, you can pay me to care what you think. This is the nth time he's reposted this exact thread. At this point, he's doing it for attention. Really? He's reposted this multiple times? Well, no wonder it's doing so poorly. But yeah, take care of your mental health. Okay. I got out of therapy 2 hours ago. I have a feeling that if you were as well adjusted, then you wouldn't be making crap like this. And I'm just interested in opening up an actual nuanced discussion about topics such as this that I find interesting, which is why I went on my tirade. It's not really a tirade. I was pretty dang calm about it, but I do find it quite interesting. And in a lot of cases, it's telling. When people do stuff like that, oh, I definitely don't care. Well, clearly you care. It's like, okay, let's stop. Let's stop like flinging the playground insults at each other. Like, oh, you care so much about that. Like this doesn't matter. This doesn't like affect anything. Like, why are we even talking about this? It's just strange. Because if someone shows up to the debate, throwing decorum out the window, not showing that they clearly don't understand what they're talking about, um, and don't understand what the counter arguments to any of the positions that they have are, pulling out whataboutisms, pulling out false equivalencies, and being smug about it the entire way, and then being
Thanks for the engagement.
okay, man, okay. I feel like you are projecting when you talk about people being caring. It's like, oh, I don't care.
I promise I don't care about it.
It's like, no, you're absolutely crying about it. This is coming from a very emotionally sensitive autistic person, and it's like, yeah, you're absolutely crying about it, man. And it's okay. I don't necessarily blame you for being sensitive. What I do blame you for is being stupid. Um, by not being able to take the heat, really. Because if you didn't truly didn't care yourself, I feel like you would have left it alone, or you would have had a calm, rational debate about it with somebody and had closure on it eventually, and you would have actually been able to move on. But apparently, you've been reposting it multiple times, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna sit here and ramble for like 2 hours because I find this discussion to be very interesting, and then I'm gonna leave it alone because I've probably done thinking about it, at least for the time being. Perhaps the conversation will come up again, but scheisse. It's very interesting to see stuff like that happen. I'm gonna be right back. I shall be back. Oh, why am I down there? That's weird, bruh. Okay, whatever, whatever. The friggin' be right back thing is not showing up properly. I wanted it to show. This is actually what's obnoxious is that it's like BRB. I have to copy it over here and then what are you doing? It's in a locked group. Of course it's in a locked group. How do you transform the stupid thing? No, that's to reset. Control F to fit the screen. Stupid. Anyway, I shall be right back. Alrighty. I've been thinking about this for a while. But I'm kind of wondering. Oh, piss. I really hate technology sometimes. Like this just doesn't do its job. I've been thinking about like, do I want to like split streams when it? I didn't even intend to like spend all that much time, on this particular discussion and whatnot. But it's like how much time do I want to spend on something like that, and do I even want to have it show up in the same stream as just trying to like do some epic gaming? Because it's like, I just wanted to go and like stream Subnautica, continue my playthrough of that, but then it's like, oh well, I thought this would be an interesting thing to sort of talk about, address it on stream and whatnot. So I was like, okay, but it is interesting, like perhaps some of the issues that could come of like, I don't know, viewer retention, and like there's a lot of things that one editing as well is one of the things I've struggled with thinking about. Like, is it okay? Well, I mean, and it can be kind of frustrating as well to sort of deal with having to encode the same, what do you call it? Is it just me, or is my frame rate actually better today? Fragment. Let's scan for fragments. Get that going. But I suppose what I've got to do, I can go to... What was I going to say? I actually need to learn how to, like, finish thoughts cogently. Oh, you know what else I should do, actually? Is I should tweet out the stream. What was my... Oh. I forgot I actually looked at that. Hi! Hello! Welcome. Reckless Protogen, welcome back. We finna start... What in the world? Why was that so loud? I'm alt-tabbed. How's it going? It's going alright. Did you just get here? Just curious, because I have been here for like 2 hours, but I wasn't playing Subnautica until now, so I'm like, I'm just wondering if you were here for a certain amount, or what was going on. Okay, I don't want to be on Twitter. I want to... I suppose I could tweet out the link to the actual stream itself. I don't even know what I want to do. Okay. Okay, so I wonder how this embed actually looks. I wish I could embed better. Playing Subnautica while watching you play Subnautica. We love. Okay, I've actually got messages to play.
This is Avery Quinn of Trading Ship Sunbeam.
Yeah,
Aurora,
yeah.
Reed. Over. Nothing but vacuum. These Altera ships. They run low on engine grease, send an SOS. You offer to help, they don't pick up.
Oh.
Aurora, I'm out on the far side of the system. It's gonna take more than a week to reach your position. Do you still
I
need
forgot
our
about
assistance?
this.
Over.
Egg.
I'll try them again tomorrow. Damn,
We love Egg.
Blowing our credits running errands for Altera. See what the long-range scans pick up in the meantime.
So when is this guy gonna get blown up? I remember that happening. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... I am prepared to go and do... Oh, no. I do need a, I don't have any spare batteries in here. I don't have many batteries at all. I need
Welcome aboard, Captain.
no, you. At least one fire extinguisher, and then I think I'll be able to pick up more, so it's fine to be, like, less prepared in that sense. So I'm gonna grab some more. It's like if I'm gonna pick up the, whatever you call them, the things. Fire extinguisher. If I'm gonna pick up the fire extinguisher... Oh, I can scan those. I should keep my my inventory relatively clear though on my way. Ba-ba-ba. I said keep my inventory clear. I want to be able to actually pick up things within the not the Cyclops, the Aurora. The radiation. Okay, this is where we're turning off to this the biome itself. That is one thing I was kind of thinking about, like, just from a psychological perspective. Why is it that, first of all, people like to accuse each other of caring? And why is it that people get mad when that accusation is thrown out? It's like, oh, you care. It's like, well, what are you actually trying to communicate when you accuse someone of that? Like that the butt hurt or something. Like, why is that an own? What exactly are you communicating when you say that? Can you actually get under there? Oh, I suppose not. That was an interesting little... Yeah, the reflection there. Very interesting. You're empty. Oh, this was where I had dropped some titanium from when I scanned that earlier. I wonder where the Reaper is. Do they take time to like spawn in, or like I actually don't recall. There he is. One of the cheats that I would use, and it does count as a cheat. But one of the cheats that I would use was oh, come on. Speaking of cheats, or at least cheap stuff, that is stupid. Oh, I did not mean to use... I did not mean to actually use it. I meant to... not use it for oxygen, but to use it for, stuff. There we go. Oh, so I think I normally try to get in the other direction. Huh. Anyhow. Yeah. Wait, can you not... It's like I can't switch back to 1 if I'm holding shift to sprint. Hold shift to sprint, more like hold shift to... Wait, how do I get in here again? Do I actually need the propulsion can? That would actually be very funny if I came all this way, if only for that. Let's see, the Reginald.
Yes, Reginald.
Is there another door? Is there another way in? Or am I tripping? Locked. Lol. Hey, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you actually need, like, propulsion or repulsion cannon in order to get in, don't you? That would be a little bit frustrating. Do I even have the blueprint for that? I forgot I was going to explain this. Well, you'd said there was another door, didn't you? Oh, I do have the propulsion now. 2 entrances. one of them is here. Is there another one that I can get into right now with the stuff I've got? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is there's a way that you can like turn off the fog, so you can see like further than the game intends you to see. Like you can see everything that's loaded into the game. So if you have that on, and then you have like, I mean, it is a cheat. That's one of the issues. Lower one, which is a secret issue, and there's a main way that leads into the ship. I believe so. Okay, let's have a look for that. The lower one. One of my least favorite things. Okay, obviously there's that. I'm never going to be comfortable with that. Like, that's the thalassophobia. I think this game improved my thalassophobia, but didn't cure it. So yeah, it's one of my least favorite things about this area is the fact that it is so like, it's the rumbling. It's not the leviathans, it's the rumbling. It's like, why are you shaking my camera? That's just rude.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen
Don't
efficiency
decrease my efficiency. That's rude. You're at the lower one? Where is the entrance then? I'm gonna hit my head. Because I don't actually see a way to get in here. Oh. I was also gonna mention, see, a lot of this seems like out of bounds stuff, which is annoying, because it's like, if I want to know when I'm actually, like, supposed to be here, because if I'm out of bounds, like, especially this being a non-cheat run, it's like, you need to give me the clarity of knowing when I'm supposed to be somewhere, but games being buggy kind of contribute to some struggles with that. Like, there's nothing here. It feels like I shouldn't be here because there's nothing here. And I kind of had to, like, soft jank my way into it. It's like I can kind of assume that I'm not supposed to be somewhere if it's got, like, enough of a blockage all around it, but, like, at this point, I'm looking for, like, meta stuff. Like, I'm looking for something that actually looks as though, it could be interacted with. It's like, oh, I'm looking for, like, white parts of the hull. Is it just, like, right below here? Okay, so I was almost afraid of getting stuck there. Okay, we got a radio. It'd be kind of funny if I was over here doing whatever dicking around that I'm doing without, and I missed, because I think I may have missed the explosion my first playthrough as well. I was like, I didn't even know that happened. Yeah, see, invisible walls help me to know that I'm not supposed to go there, but you could also just have... This is just, like, crappy for exploration. Like, it's just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And I can't see because the actual distance of this thing is bad. Yeah, it's like I don't want to like risk my life or like, you know, like schmegging around down here, going on a bear hunt when I don't know if this is even where I'm supposed to go. I think there's a big reason why I didn't what's the word? Explore over here so much. It's because it doesn't like properly tell me. This is not very clear at all. It's just like, am I just looking at a bunch of like rubble, or one minute I'm having some issues? That's all right. So I feel like the game is not clear about this like at all. And I'm having trouble seeing if I'm even like... It's like, have I even been here before? Like, maybe? I don't know. So that's blocked off. I guess I wasn't over here, was I?
Warning, ship's structural
Oh,
integrity
see,
is low.
now I'm
Fire
seeing stuff.
suppression
Wait,
equipment and laser cutters may be required.
that's interesting.
Exploration is conducted at your own risk.
Hey, we got a battery. We love batteries. Yeah, structural integrity. Don't care, don't care. Are these... I forget what these are. Are these like little like...
Scans show the
engine
digestive
bits?
tracts of nearby life forms contain human tissues.
Do you think I don't know that? Like, clearly there was some aggressive fauna. Like, I don't... It doesn't take a scan for me to know that, oh, I thought there was something over here. Yeah, they're clearly aggressive. I don't have to scan crap to understand that they don't have my best interest at heart, bud.
Buddy.
I think I remember going up here, actually. I may remember doing this. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, look at that. Extinguisher, just as I'd ordered. Both these are at 100? I was trying to send you a photo, but I couldn't figure it out. That's alright. I think I was looking down because I'm like actually looking for clues down there when it's like probably not where I should have been looking, but it's fine. We make it there in the end.
Are running on local reserve power, unable to remotely download black box data. Integrating new PDA data. Integrating new PDA data.
I like how messy the voice lines were like that. Download data. That is so loud, I swear.
New PDA data.
Why is... did it get louder? Like, I swear it actually got louder.
New blueprints acquired. Integrating new PDA data. Integrating new PDA data.
It's interesting that it was loading it twice because there were two different entities, but
Acquired.
technically the same thing that I was scanning. It's kind of annoying that these cargo bins could show up like, Can I actually not go in there? Okay, do I need the actual propulsion? Part of what's annoying about the fact that nobody put anything like useful into that can I actually I can't put this out, can I? Okay. Oh, if I soft lock myself, that would suck. It's like, haha, I can get past it by climbing up there, but then it's like, well, wait, I might have soft locked myself by doing it this way.
Vital signs stabilizing.
That's the thing about trying to jank yourself into places. Oh, cool. And I don't even have...
Scans of damage to the Aurora do not match any known offensive technologies.
I think I do need the propulsion cannon in order to go further. I was hoping to be able to get, like, better stuff, but... whatever. Okay. Please tell me I can actually get over this. Okay, good. Okay, good. So at least I got some data, but not particularly useful data. Is that actually a strat to like spam the thing like that? Yeah, it's when you get stuff like that that's like super low poly. Well, I think it might be low poly, but it's low texture is the more important determination there. I should probably take a couple of those. And one of those. Yes, I'll come back with the propulsion cannon. Actually, well, I probably have the stuff for it. That is true. Integrating new PDA data. It is a little intense. This is just gonna be more stupid titanium. Stupid underwear. Best movie. You know, I keep forgetting what I've gotten already and what I haven't. Okay, that's worth it. That's not worth it. Yeah, with all of the scrap that's all over the place, it's actually impossible to run out of titanium. I mean, assuming that you're like picking up all the scrap that you see. But that makes it really annoying because then you have to like go back and store it somewhere. Which is why Cyclopses are actually based. Because you can gather all of the stuff that you need and not have to worry about it. Oh wait, I forgot I've got multiple batteries in the inventory already, so no worries.
30 seconds. Oh no!
It's funny that the Sea Glide has a different parameter, like it's just slightly different for it being able to actually like swim in the water and you being able to actually get oxygen. It's like the collisions are coded differently when they realistically could be coded the same. Maybe not, because anyway, I don't have to go on any sorts of explorations of those concepts. So I've got a good amount of batteries here. Repair tool. Actually gonna turn my hardware volume down. Is the are the audio levels doing pretty good? I don't want to be drowned out. We would never want that to happen. Moon pool, don't have. Thermal plant. I mean, it could be just the most useful thing to do. Okay, play the message.
Aurora, this is Sunbeam again. We just just picked up a massive debris field at your location. I didn't know how bad, how many of you, I didn't know.
You
We're
didn't
now en
know.
route to your location. We're gonna bring you home. Sunbeam out.
Yeah, you can
What else
try to
can
bring
I
us
say?
home.
The only time I parked a rig this big on a rock that small was in VR. And I blew it. It's a bad option, all right, but so are all the others.
That is interesting that he, like... Interesting fellow, to be sure. I don't really need to use the repair tool. I mean, repair tool is a useful thing to have on you. I think what I usually like to carry around, sometimes I'd leave the habitat builder behind, I think. I don't recall. It's been a while. Let's grab some more food here. First aid. Jeez, I forgot I filled actually everything up. So much titanium. Okay. Let's put the fire extinguisher... Well, no. Let's not put the fire extinguishers back because I think we want to make a propulsion cannon. Oh, and a laser. I actually think I could make both of them. So I should take both of those with me. So we need 2 batteries, 2 titanium, cave sulfur, 2 diamond, 2 hello, 2 diamond, 2 of those, 2 titanium. A cave sulfur should be in bio right here, so we got 1 cave sulfur, and then what am I missing? What the piss am I missing? Oh, the batteries. 2 uncharged batteries, right? We haven't got any charged ones, so I don't want to consume those. Because it will charge them. Oh, right, I have to make the wiring kit. Make the wiring kit. Propulsion cannon. Based. And the laser cutter based. I think my favorite thing is the what's it? The thing that causes you to like you can freeze objects with that thing. So now I've got the propulsion. It is a propulsion, right? Oh, it like picks up stuff. Yeah. Oh, and you could... Oh, wow. I got a fish launcher. I don't know if I ever mucked about with this thing. Yeet. Yeah, I don't think I ever messed with it. Hilarious. Cause, oh, right, and you need magnetite for Seamoth, haven't you? Or at least for the upgrades you need magnetite. I don't know about the... I know you need lithium, lead. I'm not sure. I did it only, yeah, I took only what's necessary. 6632. The sound, in my opinion, is perfect. I do kind of agree that the sounds in this game are, like, iconic. There's not much that you could do to improve them. I think the coding is probably the weakest aspect of this game. There's just a lot of behaviors that should be more polished. Mechanically speaking, it struggles a little bit, but it's satisfactory enough that it doesn't end up like ruining the entire experience. It just ends up being a little annoying sometimes. Much like picking up titanium when I don't need it. Which I should stop doing. I think I've done this multiple times now where I've ended up, like, getting into this part of the, like, hitting the part of the ship before I actually, like, want to go there, and then having to, like, get into this weird area in order to get through. Yeah, because I don't think I can get through any of this. Wait, what have... Oh, whoops. There we go. So is this is the area. Yeah, it's over the... Oh. How come I didn't notice that before? I think I may have noticed that, like, the first time I played. That was funny. Yeet. Yeah, get out. Yeet. Oh, didn't throw it. Can you use this for, like, all sorts of other objects? Like, can you use this for a sea moth or something like that? Because that would be incredibly useful. I thought for a second that I didn't actually take my, my these things with me. I don't think that actually helps. Oh, and it goes to 1% instead of to, like, real percent. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Where's the cannon? There it is, I forgot it. I forgot it took up more inventory slots. Oh, okay. It is kind of fascinating to think that this entire place was, powered via nuclear. Wait, why does this have... Okay, okay. Gotta get through the door. OMG, what you OMGing about? What is OMG? We haven't gone crazy? What haven't we gone crazy about? I'm not aware of what we haven't gone crazy about. Okay. It's so loud, I swear it's loud. They made it so you have to scan the multipurpose room. Okay. So they actually did have like another patch where they changed some things. That's good to know, but still kind of frustrating because I want it. That makes sense though, because it's like, you know, if I've already gotten basically everything, then they would have to like respawn like fragments or something, and it's like that wouldn't necessarily be the easiest thing for them to do, technically speaking, on a like pre-existing game state. Hey, that's nice. Is this in where the radiation is contained? Sorry, not the radiation is contained. There's not much containing it at all because it's radiating. It's kind of the point. Oh, I can interact with that. Huh. Oh, and this is where we got prawn fragments. Based.
Mark the faint black box signature originating on the other side of the hull breach in this room.
I can technically get... Oh, that one doesn't count, does it? I kind of wish the hotbar had more slots on it. Like, literally just take a couple leaves out of Minecraft's book. Because, they kind of did a great job. Is this only a 2 frag? Oh, 4 frag. Well, I know for a fact I can get that one. But I have to go... Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna go find it. Epic. You can then you can report back to me on where I need to actually go. Suppose you could just like say the name of the biome. Piss off, bud. It's fine. Biomes is actually a fairly easy way to communicate that. I actually don't remember how I did this earlier. Because I don't think I used this thing. Not that one. Dummy. Wasn't available. Well, how much percent does it each, wow, it's like a 4% or something? Oh crap, and I suppose I haven't, picked up any others, have I? Let's swap these. Because I don't think I'll need that anytime soon in here. Okay, so we got stuff to scan in here, so that's nice. I think I've got the chair and that.
New blueprint acquired.
Gotta keep.
Integrate new PDA
I
data.
double clicked it. That's funny. Oh, single wall shelf. Oh, the counters and you like craft them together with the shelves. I get it. Can you replace the... Okay, so you can take the fire extinguishers there, but you can't replace them back where you got them, even though it's like technically the same thing as the Cyclops. This is actually really interesting because this is like early game for me. I never made it this like to this point until much later. Oh yeah, there's more nutrient blocks. See, that's one thing that I wish you could actually synthesize, is the nutrient blocks. Okay, I want to see if I can actually get these like stacked up in a way that I can. I suppose there's nothing else on these. Oh, that's funny. It's like they got the little robot, some sort of mechanism to be able to grab the stuff off the shelves. I love nutrient blocks. Kind of amazing. Okay. Single bed. We love single beds.
New blueprint acquired.
Grab the poster. Woman detected. Is that actually a like a concept art, or is that an? It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I forgot about these things. Can you? Are those like you? Can you actually like take items with you with those, or are they like the other stupid things? Oh, I forgot. Where's the numbers? The numbers, Mason. Is this the way I came, or is it not? What about the kitty poster? Now I know that sounds like a cat poster, but it's true. So that's the one I haven't gone, but it's this way. Yes. Give me the PDA.
Integrating
Relationship,
new PDA
contract,
data.
legal, recording. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't read in this game. I'm probably not going to do it on stream. I've done that before, where it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to like read everything on stream. It's like, okay, but like why though? Did you have to? So, like, let's say, okay, you can put a carry-all inside a carry-all. That's kind of funny. Let's say I want to put all of these in there. Can I then, okay, bag is not empty, can't pick up. Then what's the point, buddy? There's no shulker boxes in this game. Sag. I'm glad these are only one stack. That at least makes some sense. It's interesting that some of them are filtered water, some of them are like distilled or whatever, like for 30 ones. But we love batteries.
Integrating new PDA data.
Interesting that everybody's got these carry-alls, but they can't carry anything at all in them. Curious. Very curious. Okay, because this is where I was at. Oh, but I didn't grab that. That's important. Altera. Hold that. Hold that. Oh, that's what sucks, is that you can't carry everything. Oh wait, but there's trash, isn't there? I can trash this. Not that it really matters all that much. Actually, can you even interact with it? No, no trash for you, I suppose. Goodbye. See, the trash... It's interesting that it says, like, canonically the trash will, like, take your stuff and, like, reincorporate it into the environment by, like, destroying... turning it like... turns it into... it reduces it to atoms. I don't know, whatever it does. The carry-ons don't do what you think they would, but I did recommend it in feedback. Yeah, I don't think they... I think they've probably thought about it. But they just haven't really figured out a way that they've wanted to introduce some sort of an option to expand your inventory like that. See, I'd be okay with them doing something similar to that, but I don't like the idea of well, it's not that I don't like the idea. I think I prioritize the sort of what's the word? Oh, you're joking. It was angle. I had to come in at a different angle. Okay, bud.
New blueprint acquired.
Oh, there's a power cell in there. That's rude. I don't really need these. At least not urgently so. I swear, like, some of the, like, voice lines and stuff seem just abnormally loud. And it's kind of hilarious. Locker room. Oh, I'm glad I brought the repair tool in that case. Because now I can actually open this stuff. Oh, maybe I should look for stuff like that. Oh. You know the big Leviathan, right? You mean... Which Leviathans? Because all of them can be pretty large. One of them's glitched, and now they're above the water and I'm on it. Wait, the Reefback Leviathan? Or a Reaper? That would be kind of hilarious if it was a Reaper.
Integrating new PDA data.
Yeah. Lots of new data. Whatever. Give me my laser cutter. I feel like laser cutter is like the one thing where when you use it, you can tell that the game's settings are low. It's like, ooh, that doesn't look so good. It's like, well, I don't entirely care though, because my frames. Okay, more repair tool shenanigans. Oh, what are you? Get off. I gotta bop it. Get back here. bleeder. I don't know if I've ever seen one of these before. And if you could stop, like, moving around. Thanks, man.
Integrating new PDA data.
Wait, what did I just see? Seamoth fragment. Oh, this. Oh, I forgot that it's, drop all the titanium, because we don't need any of that. Keep a single carry-all. They're not that useful. I mean, no. I know where to get them, so it's like, why should I even... Oh, you know, actually what I should do is I should grab... What is it saying I need to... Oh, is it not the Seamoth fragment? I should just put all of this extra crap into the carry-all. Whoops, it's not at all what I meant to do. For some reason, I'll just, like, forget the difference between right and left click in this game specifically. And I think that's just because, like, sometimes... like, it sort of overlaps in the brain where it's like, well, that thing means this thing. And it's like, well, no. Don't like bleeders. They spooky. They will suck your blood. They're like big leech ticks. Yeah. I agree with this sentiment. For sure. They don't seem like fun guys. Give me that.
Integrating new PDA data.
I think maybe now I'm starting to get a little bit tired. So I know I did not get very good sleep. Well, I didn't get long sleep. I did get good sleep though. I will take every lost one of these nutrient blocks. They're just that valuable. Where's the cannon? Where's the cannon? Didn't even realize I was making a reference. Yeet. So yeah, I don't want to keep having to swap back and forth between things here. Oh, I can just go through content. No, there is a light. Can't scan that. It is interesting, like, you can get something worthwhile, like, you can get at least titanium out of scanning things. Scanning, like, fragments. But when it comes to scanning decorations, it, like, doesn't matter. What does this mean? Wait, look, actually, what does that mean? What? I don't even know what I interacted with in order to do that. Oh, so now I'm coming up from the other... Yeah, coming up from the other side.
I remember this like it was moments ago, because it was.
And so now I can deal with this area.
Yes.
Had to go for a sec, I'm back.
That's perfectly fine. Sometimes you've just got to go.
Oh no, I already got this, didn't I? Well, now that I've kind of, like, come full circle, I suppose I could, like, do another trip. Yeah, because this is the... this is the second entrance. Administration. I went in here. Oh, wait, is it in the PDA logs? It may be in the PDA logs that I need to look. Why is my voice all gravelly?
Yes. What is going on?
Let's take a look at some of these logs. No. When did I add the... Since I haven't found any fragments to the reactor, but I have got it. Bar table, single wall shelf. Thermal plants, those look nice. Thermal plants are infinite power if you actually have a place. That's where I built my second base, was down in the Lost River. That's what it called? That's what it's called? Brain? My brain be like? Yeah, that's where I built that, because you can park your, you can build your base around it so you have, like, infinite power that way. Actually, it's, like, the only way to get power when you're down that deep. What you know about, you don't need power cells in order to build a prawn? Oh, but I actually have the mobile vehicle base, so I could just do that. Oh, that's actually really easy to do. I should do that. What the heck? This is the one that's tough, because it requires you to go, actually, no, that's not too difficult. Because enamel glass is just the teeth. And the funny man. I should definitely do that. Oh, these are the logs. Are they gonna go away? Okay. Data bank. It is in the data bank entries, right? Degassi. Aurora survivors. Oh, they actually have like audio drones. We love Katoyu. Life pod 4. Codes and clues. Transmission origin. Oh, notes to self. 1806 Yu's birthday. 40 weeks before we get home. 400 weeks. It feels like it feels like before we get home. Not enough credits. Altera's paying me. It's negative for me. It's like it's gonna be, and it ends up to be like negative 5 trillion, which is so absolutely cheap, because like I can't bring back like any of the stuff that it's like anything that I touch is their property. It's basically like whatever. I don't have to get into it. Cargo bay code. So it's like what, 1806 and 1454? Oh, 1869. Giant fricking robot suit. Cabin number 1, 1860. Okay, so it's all in there. I do remember that. Just doing this because it's faster and I don't care.
I care more about the speed than I do about the...
It's about... Wow, I cannot do that voice, can I? It's on me again. It's on me again.
Blood-sucking leech.
The drive core shielding sustained internal damage during collision.
Oh, this is...
Repair without appropriate qualifications.
I think I will attempt to repair without appropriate qualifications. I think I will. Wait, all you have to do is go in with the repair tool, haven't you? It's like, this is piss easy, isn't it? Like, you don't actually need any prior knowledge. You don't need training. Ooh, this is actually just an engine efficiency module.
Radiation at maximum tolerable level.
It's called we do a bit of radiating. Wait, what? Breach. Oh my goodness. Stop. I didn't know you could scan those. That's kind of interesting. Oh, I forgot. These guys are actually, They feed on the radiation, don't they? Well, did I forget, or did I just not know that in the first place? Because I've never, like, actually seen them before. Maybe I have. Maybe I just forgot about them.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
9.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
Very nice. Because once this goes away,
Containment breach repaired.
I know it's one of the things that you need to do, but I actually don't know what else it achieves for me.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
Oh my goodness me! Get off! Piss off, man! Mind your own business. Let's see. Like, these are just like massive nuclear reactors, right? Technically, there would be such an intense nuclear, like, meltdown / fallout from this.
Containment breach repaired. Further
Like,
breaches detected.
like, you wouldn't be able to be in the same room. You would, like, instantly melt, wouldn't you?
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches
I don't think any
detected.
amount of med kit is going to fix that. Look what happened to Tanashi Uchi, or whatever his name is. Aptly named man. The Japanese man during the Fukushima incident. Was it Fukushima? No, no, it was actually a different. It was a different incident. Nuclear accident. There we go. That man went through, like,
Containment breach repaired.
over 5 times the lethal dose of death. Of liquid death. Well, it's not liquid, is it? Radiation is not a liquid. There we go. I didn't even realize there was one here. Yeah, man's was in an immense amount of pain,
Further breaches detected.
and they kept him alive for longer than they really should have. How are the radiation levels decreasing simply because... That's interesting.
Drive core breach sealed.
It would be
Radiation
kind of sick
decreased.
if you could like synthesize blueprints to actually make your own Aurora. Just because I don't like fire. Wait, is this filling up with water? Did this have water in it before, or is it filling up higher now? I'm actually not sure. These do 75. So I can go down extremely. Drink of 30. Good to have so much water, that's for sure. But I need to head back to the prawn area now. Jeez. I don't need to continue doing that. Okay, now we're back in the prawn area. Let's do this. Cabin 1. I did not remember any of it, did I? It's none of these doors. This is cabin 1. I was just looking at it. Is 1869. That is not what I clicked. Bruh. It's like the poem. This is not an amnesia, or, I mean, amnesia, yeah. 69, what did I do that? 1869. Is that some kind of innuendo? That is so loud, man.
Integrating new PDA data.
Okay. Let's put the dead fire extinguisher in there. Is there anything else that's like useful that I want to... unuseful? That's what's wild about nutrient blocks. So you can just carry around like one of them and you're probably going to be good. For like forever. But you can't make them. Very limited. Cabin 4, cabin 5, cabin 7. Where are the other ones? 6, 5, 4, 7. 1 I got into. 3. Okay. Can you not get into 2?
What's in cabin 2? Captain's quarters.
It's a cargo bay code. Would this be 1806? Oh 06. I guess that wouldn't be it. Yeah, I didn't think so. Codes and clues. Did I miss something? 1869 was the what am I? What does it want me to scan? Oh, is it the double bed?
Basic double bed.
Oh, there was a hat as well.
Blueprint acquired.
Near blueprint acquired. I suppose I could... Oh, I forgot there's a dragon too. Let's put in... Let's swap those and then just put the battery in here, because it's like, I can use it later, but can't really take it with me as of right now. Anything else I can do that with? I suppose the water doesn't really matter so much. Oh, I already emptied up the space anyway. Captain's log, I'm in the bulb zone and I still haven't found the multi-purpose room XD real. Captain's log. Whatever today is. I did not want to make a Chris Chan reference. Let's just pretend it wasn't. Let's just pretend it was actually a reference to the original source material. Exactly. See, but I didn't even have to say. I didn't. Now I've said his name, and now I'm thinking of him. Bad. Bad, bad. Speaking of Captain's log, what in the heck are the Captain's quarters code? Where do I find that?
2 Huggins from Wilson.
1454 is the cargo bay. Did I use that one already? I suppose I've got to maybe do that. And I've got to make sure, oh. I do want to put that in the other, Let's drop a bottle real quick. Get out of my way, man. Because I know that that one's empty. But I didn't want to do that, though. Oh, I forgot that you could scan everything in the video game.
Everything.
That is not what I meant to do. Why do I confuse left and right click randomly? Wham. Bam. Shang-a-lang. What is with this game? Oh, you're telling me that it only has like collisions or whatever on like the very outside. That's annoying. If I eat a nutrient block, does it like keep the overflow to a certain degree? Because I know like the max is like 106 technically. You can overflow to 106 if you eat things. I don't know exactly how it works. Anyway, let's get out. Oh, this is the captain's. I went the wrong direction. Canteen. That's what they call that? It's a canteen? Some first aid kits. I have got a couple of those. Just for the road. That's the unfortunate thing, is that there's so much stuff that I would take with me. Okay, bud. Goodbye. Locker room. So it was the drive room, Seamoth Bay, and I was in the Seamoth Bay. I did leave a bag over here, didn't I? It'd be really interesting if it could be possible to, like, repair tool the entirety of the Aurora. Yeah, that would be quite fascinating. I think I didn't go to the right. Wait, no, that's the way I came. Drive room. Wait. Drive? How's it the drive? Wouldn't that be more of a, like, the engine room? Wouldn't you call it that? That seems a little bungled. Drive room, Seamoth Bay, that's the way I came. This is the way up. I probably could have remembered my directions a little better. Oh, come off it. Titanium needed would be crazy. What do you mean, like you... Like if you ran out of titanium, that'd be crazy, or Wait, could I just have gone around? I could have. Why did I opt to do it that way? Like, I didn't see that the way was not blocked at all. I've already been here, and I know I have, but, like, come on. What was I... Oh, closed door. Okay, okay. Cargo Bay 3. Is that the door that I... Oh, is that the door that I opened from the other side? Administration. And I already got the, Yeah, I already got the data from this, didn't I? Even though the friggin' collision's still active, and it still says that I can... Not collision. Goodness sake. What is the least useful thing for me here? Oh, well, I can consume that. I'm getting close to be able to consume a single nutrient block. Okay. Magic squid. We love magic squid. We love. And airlocks is literally just to leave. Captain's quarters. Do we have... (1806) is Yu's birthday. 1869 is It's cabin 1. Did you make a magic creeper too? Amazing. Let me see. Okay, I guess I crawled down the wall. Intended game behavior. Obviously. Over here. Red Moon Seamouth Bay. It's like I've been in there. I think I've picked up like everything useful in here. Unless there's like a PDA that I missed. PDA. Why do they call it a PDA? That's the second instance of PDA that I've encountered today. Well, I mean, I suppose it's not me encountering it for the first time, but it's like, it is kind of interesting that it's like, I've never really heard of the term PDA used outside of PDA as in public displays of affection until Subnautica and whatever the there's like a disorder or something that I just learned about. Not a disorder, like it's a, I don't know. I actually need to look up where to get captain's quarters. Wait. Is it actually, wait, it's predetermined? 2, 6, 7, 9? Why is it predetermined? I thought it was just going to tell me where to get it from. 1454 for cargo bay, 1869 for cabin 1, 6483 for lab access, and 6666 for robotics bay. Wait, where are even all those? Captain's log, data, miniature.
Integrating new PDA data.
Anything else to, oh, Neptunes. Do I have to get the thing for the Neptune? Oh, battery charger. Wait, I didn't even know that I had ingredients unknown, so I still have to friggin' scan them. Bronze suit Mark III. Sea moth. Based. Codes and clues. I don't have more codes or clues. Captain's log. Quiet alien backwater. Black boxes in secret room, by the way. The black box? This has a black box? I like that. I love that sound. So there's secret rooms? Captain's log, I've escaped the planet, still haven't found the multi-purpose room. XD. Real. That is the way it be. I don't think I ever used a multi-purpose room until after I beat the game. Well, actually, because I beat the game before they even added all of the epic stuff that they added. So I had to jump back into the game in order to, you know. So I think I've actually gotten the furthest extent of this area, but I think there's more to be found, given what it said about there being other areas to explore. Oh, and you can't go past that way. Is this really the only way to get... Oh. See, I didn't go down here, did I? Oh.
Intake recommended.
How about you recommend my bowls? Not for calorie intake. Nobody should be eating my bowls.
What is going on?
I enter in through the bottom, and then you go out through this way, and this is the way that you go down. Okay, so this is actually... I thought I wasn't backtracking when I saw this part, but evidently I'm still backtracking. I really want to find where... Oh, okay, so which one is this? This is the... Crap. 6483. This is the lab. Frick. 6483. Everything's shaking. That's what I find annoying about... Well, see, I'm okay with having looked it up. I don't think mechanically that's a good thing, that you can just look it up and it's like guaranteed every single time.
New PDA data.
But I'm okay with doing it because I'm not here to, like, you know, participate in the challenge of the entire game. I'm here to participate in the challenge of actually, like, getting the
Data bank corruption was detected
okay,
on your
repulsion.
PDA. Your technology blueprints have been updated.
Okay, update. Can open this. Oh. Lab access. Oh.
New PDA data.
Codes and clues 6483. Okay, so at least I found it. Oh, wait. You're telling me that I could have walked over here to grab the thing to give me access to get into there. But it only accounts for this one room. That's kind of hilarious. Okay, so I've been in the lab. Where else do I need to go? Because I haven't been in the 6666 one. I know that much. Secret room could be accessed through the pipes, okay, where you are. Wait. Did I cut this? How did I get in here? Oh yeah, I forgot that actually will count, won't it? Is that something that it wanted me to scan, or am I don't need to say schizophrenic about everything. Okay, bud. Where is... I should actually save. It's probably a good idea. What's the other place I need to go? The robotics bay.
Robotics. Where are the robots?
Is that, is that like the prawn area that I was at? Can't be much else, could it? Oh, wait, was I not? Yeah, I don't think this is not like the way that I came in here initially. I came out like this way, didn't I? It's a maze. It's a bit of a maze. Living quarters, locker room. Is this the robotics bay technically? Living quarters. Is there a way I can get up there? Or maybe that is where I'm trying to go. Did I actually run out of medkits? That's hilarious. Maybe I should grab some of the ones that I left over here. Oh, that one. Yummy. Okay, right as I take more damage. I like tripped. So I had to repair to get into this locker room. Is there a way I can stack in order? But did the music just end for no reason? Am I actually tripping? Why did it do that? Oh, okay. Okay, it keeps doing it. It's something about this geographical location. I don't want to do it with the one I'm standing on. I said I don't want to do... I said I don't! I said... Wow. Wow, that is stupid. There we go. I actually don't know how to deal with that. Like, it will not grab what I'm... the one I'm pointing to. Wow, this stuff eats through batteries. Which is really not good, because, not a very plentiful resource for me right now. Given I still haven't gotten the rechargeable. The recharging station. Oh, stop it. I can get up there, can't I? That's what these boxes are for, right? Like, I'm not just, like, dumb. I'm not just being dumb. Land properly. No, it's not gonna do. This is, like, actually so tough. Part of it is just because of the stupid physics of the video game. This is actually ridiculous. Like, it literally... Okay, buddy. Did that even do any... Okay, it did a little bit of damage. It is actually silly, like, how difficult it is to jump onto these things. As I intend to do. Come on. It is actually silly how close I am. So you have to, like, overestimate it. Oh yeah, this is the issue that I'm running into, is that you have to, like, launch it in order to... Oh, piss off. This is possible, right? I don't think I ever made it into this room because I didn't have this, so I think I just assumed it wasn't a thing. This is actually a boss battle is what this is. Buddy! This is actually, like, ridiculous. It's all because of the stupid physics. Oh, why did it fall back over? I'm an idiot. I just thought of how to get the multipurpose room. You go to Degassi and scan their base. Did they add it to Degassi? Because it wasn't in Degassi when I played. That's for sure. Well, I mean, it wasn't in the game, so it's like, where did they add it to? Is it just like some random place, or is it specifically Degassi? Because that's not so tough, especially considering I can actually use a prawn now. Well, not a prawn. I was thinking moth, moreover, but... It'd be nice to get a clops, too. I wouldn't know what to name any of them, though. Okay, why is this so ridiculous? It's like I actually have to play games. Are you serious? Oh, cool. Now you've screwed up my entire setup here. Like, this must be possible. There's no other reason for these things to exist in this state. I may actually reload a save state if I end up having to do this for much longer, because I'm just going to end up running out of battery, and that's going to be stupid. Okay, maybe the best time to save is now. But that means I've already, like, wasted 2 batteries. Oh, piss off! Okay. These physics are actually, like, the worst I've seen in any video game. Genuinely, they're so bad. Like, it forces you back down rather than, like, forcing you up when you've made it past a certain point. What is this idiocy? Like, that is actually insanity. Why did they make it like that? Like, genuinely, why? You see how I'm, like, absolutely being able to jump up onto it, but it's just not allowing me to because of the, like, BS of the... I jumped over it. Is there a way to release it without... Oh, you can release it with F. That actually really helps. You don't have to actually fire it. Hi, buddy. It's refusing to actually grab what I tell it to grab. Like, the game's actually dumb. And it's refusing to jump as I tell it to. Well, no, it's doing exactly what I tell it to. It's just because the mechanics are retarded. This is ridiculous. Like, you've got to be kidding me. You have to, like, projectile yourself off of something else just to get onto the bigger box. Oh my gosh, learn to code, holy crap. All they have to do is make it so you don't get forced back down and it proxies you up. Or they could just lower, they could lower it by, like, literally, like, an inch, the requirement to actually be able to jump up onto things. Actual worst physics in history of gaming. Like, how is that at all what I told you to do? It's, like, actually insanity. I don't want you to pick up the thing that I'm standing on, you idiot. Oh, game developers through the nations, through the years, through the ages. Never do anything like this. This sucks. Like, there's no way they play-tested this, right? Unless I'm, like, actually stupid and I'm not supposed to do this, but, like, come on. That is ridiculous! Like, I actually have no way of grabbing the thing that I want to grab. Don't do that. Ever. Why would I ever want you to do that? Like, there's no, like, there's no good that can come of me grabbing the thing that I'm on. Like, I can't, like, cheat with it without being, like, insanely accurate, so why would you ever make me do it? Okay, never mind. I guess I can cheat with it. Yeah, these physics are terrible. I don't actually know what they did. There's nothing behind the door. See, it looks like you can interact with it, though. Right? Like, tell me I'm tripping. It looks like you can interact with it. Oh, there's this thing over here. Piss off. More stupid physics that I have to do. Like I don't ever want to have to deal with stupid physics ever again after this. Like, I'm not tripping. It definitely looks like there's something behind there. Like, there's a door. Maybe there's nothing. Oh well. I'm gonna look up where the stupid thing is. Where is the stupid robotics bay? Show me where the stupid thing is. Remote operated vehicle? New edition of Subnautica where you can access after completing the storyline. What? Where even is that? I'm actually confused. What? August 2016 developmental build? Just show me like an image. What is this AI? I don't... Bing is dumb. Never use it. Easter egg room. Wait, so there is an Easter egg in there. Okay, so I wasn't doing that for absolutely nothing. There is an Easter egg, but apparently it doesn't achieve anything. Okay, so it's an Easter egg. I wasn't doing it for no reason. Disappointment. What's behind the door? Disappointment. I spent the better part of an hour trying to propose my way in and just want to know it's been worth all the batteries before I finish my cargo crate ladder up there. You couldn't jump up or grab the ladder. You could try this method from a different post. Door does not open. It's just a prop for now. 7 years ago. You can warp there. The robot voice said something about a black box signature. Isn't there a black box you can do? Okay, so as far as I can tell from posts from 7 years ago, there's nothing there. 2017 was that long ago? It can't be reached. Or it can be reached. It isn't really supposed to be reached. Since you can walk right through the safety rail, there's nothing inside it. There's some other way of opening the door. There's no panels to repair, and the laser cutter didn't cut it yet. No. That's funny. Yeah, they probably should have made that a bit clearer. Because it's like, I'm not the only one who's attempted to do that. They could have done something about it to make that clearer, for sure. Do I just reload a I'm actually gonna reload a save. Because it's like, ain't no point. Okay. I'm gonna grab this thing from over here, whatever it is. Okay. I'm gonna... I wasn't able to actually determine where the stupid robotics bay is. Black box room and lab. Wait, what? Wait, so wait, the room is actually over here? Or at least the entrance to the room is over here? Oh, was this the area that I went at earlier? Is this what we're talking about? Oh, that was the black box? Oh, operations logs are raw black box data. Okay. And then you get into the lab through there. Am I walking? Okay, I thought I was walking on the water there for a second. That's what it kind of looks like when I control it like that. Whatever. So you get into the lab, you download the terminal, PDA. Is there nothing else in there? Where even is the stupid robotics bay? Because it exists, right? Man, I kind of hate this. I'm gonna leave. It's a lost cause. So this is the funny place, the lab. Can you just exit this way? Not the fire extinguisher. Oh, really? Wait. Is this the way? No, yeah, that's the way I made it in. That's kind of funny that... Yeah, anyway. That was frustrating. I don't think there's anything else to do since I've already done the nuclear... I've patched up the nuclear codes. Oh, piss off. Oh, there he is. I thought I saw his shadow or something. Oh, no, I'm full. I am full, so... You froze for a minute? Did I miss anything? No, nothing too important. I'm just heading out now, finally. About time. No, I didn't even realize it was 1,000 meters away. Yeah, this is gonna be nice coming back and just... I'm gonna make a mobile vehicle thing and all that. I'm gonna do it all so I can stop having to just travel around with exclusively this this thing. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Anyhow. Zoinks. I feel like there was something I was gonna talk about like ages ago that I've just like completely forgotten now. Yeah, my battery's just yeah, because I still haven't gotten any battery stuff. Frustrating to be sure. I just want to get through it. We'll see now. I do appreciate like the gameplay, but not when the gameplay is like crap like that. See, if they didn't want you to go up there, they should have not put those boxes there. Because putting those boxes there and putting a door that looks like there's something there is quite obviously a way for them to like they're definitely baiting you to go in there. Like they want you to do it. Like there's no other way around it. Let's grab some fresh batteries. Put those in. The habitat builder has battery. Does everything else have like nothing else is empty? It's fine. Oh, I forget what these slots are for. But now I don't have to worry about radiation, right? So I can actually use the rebreather. Crap. I should grab one nutrient block. I can actually grab several waters. I also don't want the propulsion cannon. I'm just gonna have to make another thing here. Still no moon pool ingredients. Lots of miscellaneous crap. No battery charger. Definitely frustrating. Oh, and I haven't even got the recharger for the power cells either. So I'm really hurting for power and whatnot. I wonder how I did it before. Like, just found them as quickly. Well, maybe it wasn't as quickly. I've just, like, prioritized different things now in this run. Yeah, let's get some titanium. For once, I have to get some titanium. Bah. Okay. Let's put propulsion cannon in. I'm actually going to remove the battery because I don't need it. In there. Put it in. Put these extra batteries in. Suppose I'll put the half-dead one, put the cells in. I'm still carrying around like 1 silver. That's kind of funny. Where is the AG? Is it just in mineral here? Oh yeah, it is. Stupid. I feel like I'm not being as efficient as I was in my initial my stream yesterday because I'm definitely tired. I'm definitely lower on Steam today as in comparison to... Okay. Computer chip 2 magnetite. Applies percussive force to entities in range. That's the thing, is that it's like it's not that useful though. Like, it'd be interesting if they made it so that it could like it was modular. So you could just like swap them out. Swap between two different functions. That'd be kind of cool. Let's put all of these in here because I don't need to be carrying those around. I really wonder why. Like, it's not alphabetical, is it? No, it's not. So, like, why is it doing that? What's next? I think the next thing is mobile vehicle bay. We need a power cell, lubricant, titanium ingot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get that going. Lubricant, I know I've got somewhere around here. Unless I haven't got any of it. I guess I haven't. Power cell. Not that one. Yeah, I really hate the way that, like, your own cursor like fights you when you're trying to. I don't want the animation anymore. Like, just remove the animation for efficiency's sake. Is lubricant done with these, or is it done with like these? I actually forgot. Chompy. Fiber mesh. Sorry. Oh wait, did I mess up? No, I didn't. I was gonna say silicon rubber. Oh, so that's how you make this. Okay. I probably need more lubricant. More lube. You can never have enough lube. Is that really all that you need for that thing? That thing be thingin'? Oh, it's a deployable. It's not... Not all of these are deployable, though. Like, the Sea Glide's not deployable. It's a tool. Right? Oh, I guess it means, like, in the sense of... Like, not in, like, a meta sense. Not in, like, a game sense. Like, in the sense of the thing doing thing. Okay, and what's the moth? Let's get moth ready. Lead, lubricant, crap, so I need to go. Titanium ingot, 2 glass. Okay, where did I have? I know I had glass somewhere around here, right? I think that was 10. So obnoxious. 1 lead. I had quartz in there. Zoinks. So, 2 quartz. Oh, do I actually need another quartz for this, technically? Please, come on. I need 1 more quartz for this, don't I? That's really annoying. Release vehicle bay. Yeah, let's do it. I said let's do it. Do I actually have to equip it in order to release it properly? Okay, okay. This is not where I'm gonna find quartz. Quartz. I could have picked up literally one at any point, but I didn't. It's gonna be in this place. Thank you for the 1 quartz. Thank you for the cave sulfur, since it's already here. Ripe for the taking. Okay, okay. Me eyes. Yeah, grab the titanium ingot. We got the other glass. Lubricant. I still need the stupid lubricant. I actually should plant more of this. Is it the vines? Yeah, you get all the vines, and then you like... Oh! Oh crap, wait, no, I should drop it so I can scan it. I forgot I hadn't scanned any of those yet. But do I drop this? Grapevine sample? I feel like that is not how you do it. Can I... So seed cluster, can I plant the seed cluster then? Can you plant these? I thought you could plant these. Doesn't matter.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, enamel glass. I can make that. I can also make plasteel, which is a requirement for something. I'm just gonna turn these into these because do I even need them for anything else? Put that in there, why not? Stronger tooth, yeah. Okay, okay. Get over to the mobile vehicle bay. I'm missing the power, so I didn't pick that up. Stupid! Okay. Don't know the ingredients. I could start trying to get the stuff for prawn. Aerogel. Doesn't aerogel require something really difficult to... Something I can't get right now?
This is an automated distress signal from live pod 12. Coordinates attached. Warning. Live pod has sunk beyond safe diving distance. Do not attempt retrieval without submersible support.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Gel sacks? Oh yeah, those are deep. But no, they're not that difficult to get though. So that's not too bad.
Seamoth is a fast, safe mode of transport, but remember that swimming is good for your glutes and endorphin levels.
Good for your glutes and endorphin levels. I know it's good for at least one of those. And I haven't got any upgrade. I haven't got anything for this quite yet, have I? One of the things that I need to get ASAP is... I mean, moon pool is like whatever. Well, actually no, because a moon pool can actually charge the... Maybe the moon... whichever one comes first, the moon pool or the charger for the cells, doesn't really matter. But I also need upgrades for it as well, so... It was interesting that I picked up a thing. Why do I do this constantly where I just like don't even finish sentences? Like I don't even know what I was trying to say now. Oh man. It is kind of wild to think that I got up. Yes, we love water bottle ASMR. Yeah, I got up like 13 hours ago. I've been awake for like 13 hours then. That's pretty cool. That's not even that long of a day though.
Rookie numbers.
Put the sulfur in there, put the, I guess not the lead, right? Silver and lithium, put that in there. Yeah, put that in there. Lithium, we love lithium. Lithium's kind of a great thing. That's not where I wanted to put that at least. Get that back in. Water bottle filling sound is nice. That is, I'm glad it's not like not nice, like negative ASMR type of thing. I feel that I probably make a lot of noises that are like not nice to listen to. Laser cut is a nice thing to have. And it only takes up one slot, so that's not too bad. I can keep it. What we want to do is we want to find... I could do Cyclops fragments. Those could be good. And I've got the repair tool with me, just in case. Life pod 17 is only at 100 meters. So that's not too bad. So I can do this. I don't have like the heat module or the well, I haven't got any modules, obviously. LifePod 17. Oh, is this the one I've already been to? I think I've already been to this one. There is a Reginald. Give me the Reginald. Nope. I don't want that. Oh, piss off with that, bud. Yeah, there's nothing useful in there, so I can definitely... LifePod 17, I can put that one away. Put that one to rest, because I have no use for that. But, oh, this is actually the really nice bit. Oh, bioreactor I've already got. Seamoth, obviously, I've already got. Titanium's sitting all over the place. More bioreactor fragment. Obviously, I'm in the wrong biome for the fragments that I actually want. It didn't want to scan anything, did it? Kinda thought it did. See, in the very least, the Seamoth offers me a solution to be able to, you know, not have to go all the way back up to the surface and deal with that. I can eat you, drink you. Let's continue on. Is this a Cyclops? No, that's not a... It doesn't spawn in this. Oh, scanner room. I knew the Cyclops didn't spawn in this area. I have to go... Oh, I forget where the biome's at. Because I thought that, like, it was all basically the same, like, physical... Does it want me to scan the gold? What did it want me to scan? There's my moth. I was like, what? Where'd me moth go? You know, it'd be sick as if I ran out of power before I actually found what I'm looking for. suppose I could pick up some quartz. Quartz is kind of good now. Crush zone is where they tend to spawn. Is that in, oh. This is the danger zone is where this is. So I'm pretty sure that this is the place I was at where there was, high possibility for a boy. Oh, wait, it's this biome. I mean, there is stuff to find down here, but that isn't where I'm wanting to go. I could go to the Life Pod 3 shallows. Crew reported the sea glide damage. And the other place, one other place, but there's not much there, aka behind Aurora. Yeah, we probably wouldn't want to go there. Probably wouldn't prefer to go behind the Aurora, considering how scarce I am on resources. Just in case I pop a moth, because we don't want to do that. Pop a moth. What do you want, bud? Is there anything worth scanning in here, or is it crap? Oh, it's the laser cutter. Normally I would just do it, just because it's something to collect, but I don't have the time to waste collecting stuff to waste space. So obviously I'm not doing that. Oh, that is the one unfortunate thing about using the large. What are you? Oh, that's the cannon. Using the large storage bins or whatever they're called, large storage lockers. Those I don't think I saw this one. Thank you. Thank you for the ear rape as usual. Data box. Give me that. Compass? Oh, I've had a... Yeah, the compass. Where are you? There it is. Oh, so it's just as simple as... That's one of the things that goes there. You know, I actually forgot that that was something that you could do. I remember, like earlier... What are you? Oh. Like earlier I was like... concerned. Okay, wait. So... Life pod. Okay, did it automatically unmark itself? That's only 250 meters? Not bad. Okay. So life pods can be definitely useful for just grabbing a couple of things. 250 meters, which is technically the max distance for this depth. Maximum depth for this vehicle. That's definitely not a fragment that I need. Is this a laser cutter? That's a cannon. I do know I haven't gone in here. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Fantastic.
New blueprint acquired.
Oh, those are upgrade things, and you know what? Battery charted fragment. I know I can scan, but I've already got the thing, so I don't need to. Is there literally nothing else in here? Oh, there's plant pots. composite and chic plant pots. To be precise.
New blueprint acquired.
Stabbing at a picture frame. It's actually not the lyrics. Apparently it's staring at old picture frames.
New blueprint acquired.
Actually not. I don't think it has official lyrics, because funny indie song.
New blueprint acquired.
Maybe we could spend
New
the day.
blueprint acquired.
Hey, how did I know I was gonna need this? Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice?
And I suppose now I'm at the point where I don't necessarily need the air bladder. More battery charger fragments because I don't want stupid modification station. Love it.
30 seconds.
Give me that. Lightweight, high capacity tank.
New blueprint acquired.
More modification station. Oh, this is not good. Oh, this is not good. I didn't realize how not good this was until it turned out it was not good. It's fine.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
We're good. We're perfectly fine. We need to go down here. Not up here. Don't want to do that. Don't think there's anything special in that. Jeez. Propulsion cannon. So much like useless scrap. Vehicle upgrade console.
New blueprint acquired.
Did I already get this? All three? Okay, now I've fully synthesized.
New blueprint
No.
acquired.
It's important to recognize when you've fully synthesized so you know when to quit. Yeah, it'd be really fascinating if you could like figure out the blueprint to the entire Aurora or something like that. That will be quite fascinating. Okay, no moon pool, but that's fine. Definitely worth it. Let's do some of that. Oh, and I'm actually forgot I didn't have more food. Oh, and this is where I can get Cyclops fragments. We finally made it to this biome. So I knew I would bump into where I needed. Yeah, both types of Cyclops fragments, I believe, are present here. Oh, that's a moon pool fragment. I thought they were... Okay. That easy, huh?
Acquired.
Fantastic. I guess it is that easy, because it's... I'm already, like... literally just one fragment and I've synthesized the entire thing? What did I hit? Okay, so at least we got moon pool. So this has definitely been worth it, because speaking of worth it, make sure that we save. Oh, lithium and some shale deposits. Oh, diamond. One of the diamonds I need for prawn, so that'll be nice. I've got the modification station too. Is that the Cyclops thing? No, that's modification station. Conjunction junction. Now that should be a Cyclops fragment, right? Give me the frag. No, it's moon pool? Which part of the moon pool looks like that? That's actually kind of wild to see so many fragments. When I technically don't need all of them. I thought Cyclops fragments were in here. Zoinks. I almost messed up. Um if I unmute the mic, it'll send like a big old pop through the thing it throws off the peaking for like the entire stream. So when I go to like re-upload.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent. New blueprint acquired.
This is Life Pod 7. Coordinates attached. Pod is structurally sound, but the fabricator's bust. Requesting assistance. 7 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank. Continue. After weeks without human contact, it is normal to experience psychological discomfort. Research indicates symptoms may be partly alleviated by adopting a pet or anthropomorphizing an inanimate object.
This is Sunbeam. You know Aurora. We're from a little transgov on the far side of Andromeda, and we have a saying there. There's no bad without the good, no good without the bad. Sounds like you tasted a bunch of the former, but that only means you're overdue a whole lot of the latter. Might just be we're it. We're scanning for somewhere to park. We'll be in touch when we find it. Sunbeam out.
Seek fluid intake. Vital signs stabilizing.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Seconds.
Light Pod 19. The captain is gone. I have assumed command. The last thing the captain did was give me coordinates for dry land. We regroup 1.5 kilometers southwest of the crash site. Stay together and good luck. This message will now repeat.
Rendezvous coordinates corrupted. Transmission origin coordinates downloaded. Signal location uploaded to PDA. Seek fluid intake. Vital signs stabilizing.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Have I seriously been muted for like... I actually have no idea how long I've been muted for, if that's the case. Oh, did I... Is it because I, like, got into the feedback on it? Oh, that's actually gonna piss me off. I have no idea how long I was muted for. That sucks. That really sucks. Excellent. I think that might have been when I came back. Like, that's painful. We hate it. Got back not long ago, it's fine. Well, if I'm talking, then I would want the stream to be able to hear it regardless of whether or not anybody is there, but it's alright. I suppose. You always want it to be able to be heard. Which just sucks that... It's because of the toggle. I think what happened is I hit F8 to like put it away, so that's actually just unbelievably frustrating. My face when wow. What do I want to do now? Well, I guess it is time to go out and
see the world.
Do I want to get a prawn next? Well, what I really want to do is get the Cyclops. Because I've already got engine efficiency module. Now I can actually pick up titanium when I see it. Because not only do I have the storage for it, but I also have a bit of a need for it now. Do you have multi-purpose room? No, not yet still. The biggest thing I have is still the moon pool, and I've got 2 of them, but no multi-purpose. It might, yeah, that might actually be the best idea, right, is to go down to the, wait, did I actually empty this?
All systems online.
Piss off, that's not what I wanted to do. Open the storage. I didn't empty this, so I still have titanium. I know what if I haven't told you. I think the closest one to me, or at least the most convenient one, would be going down into the purple guy's... Purple guy, man behind the slaughter? That place. For some reason I recall it as yeah, Mushroom Cave. I called it I set a beacon there, and I named it Purple Nibga's Crib. That's what it was called. And I mean, like, yeah, pretty good name, if I say so myself. Stupid creature eggs. I'm laughing at the joke, not you. No, I get ya. I get ya. XD. See, it actually is kind of nice having like so little stuff that like I've got to stay thrifty in a way. Let's keep that, because it's like I have so little resources that I've got to cope with that. crap, but I don't actually recall. I don't really want to just like go and wander around until I find it. I don't recall exactly where it's at. What is that? Is this something I've already got? Yeah, it's a bioreactor. Which I have no use for without a multi-purpose, but, boy. I kind of wish I could reduce all of the stuff that I see. Like if the... Like, it'd be kind of nice to just clean up all the trash, you know? By going around with, like, basically, like, a what do you call it? Something that deconstruct it. Defabricate it. So I could just defabricate everything that I see. I will make a magic squid army. That is perfectly welcome. You can make every single type of magic squid. We will not judge you here. Not in this community of magic squid enjoyers. Not a bad idea. I'm full of not bad ideas. It's the good ones that I struggle with. Yeah. Okay, now inventory full of metal salvage, which is always preferable as opposed to like actual useful stuff. Jeez, that is quite the thing we got here. Good ideas, I have a few. But did you mean to say goof? Because goof idea is actually like also based. We love based. Goof. Goof is a great word, frankly. I think my brain is melting. Which is good. That's what we like to see. Let's see. Is there actually no, like, nothing to scan or anything over here? It's just, like, scrap. There's no way to enter in. Mine has been melting XD. Real. I agree. We love it when brain melts. More titanium, fantastic. This has just turned into the titanium.
In the water. Performing a self-scan is advised. Self-scan
Oh, we're
complete.
infected.
Foreign bacteria count has reached statistically significant levels. No adverse effects detected. Be vigilant for symptoms.
That's no good. Actually, it's kind of surprising how useful all of that was for wayfinding. Like, I had all of my beacons set and everything. Dino Dance Army based. We love armies. Excuse me, sir. Oh, it's these guys. Okay, bud. Wait, I don't know if I've ever been attacked directly by these guys before. I thought they were passive. Or at least relatively so. Evidently not.
Detecting multiple Leviathan class life forms in the region. Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
I'm not. I'm really not. Where are the multiple Leviathan class, where are those? Oh, quit it. Where are they? Are they in the room with us right now? Oh, can I get in there? Oh, is that a thing to scan? Is that a thing? Thermal plant fragment. Very nice. I didn't realize that the tracking could pick me up from so far away. Yeah, I did end up muting again because I got friggin' brud. Got that way earlier because I was riding the Sea Leviathan. Oh yeah, did you like take it all the way to like a very far distance? Oh wow. I'm bleeding. It's fine. Okay, so we got a blueprint done. Is this another one? No, I don't want it. Because I'm too full on titanium. Give me something useful. Like this would just drop it, right? Oh no, I didn't actually synthesize it. Lol. Ooh. Prawn suit drill arm fragment. Oh, okay. Well, hey, at least we're making progress in one way or another. That's something. What else do we want? I mean, I really want the multi-purpose room. That's really the big reason. Well, I am bleeding. It's fine. Ooh, it's an eye. Captain. Give me that. Very nice. I love all the squids based. Yes, your what? China Trump Easter egg? There's an Easter egg if you stay here. Wait, really? Where? Like in this area? China. There's loads of these things. So I went all this time without having to have the fan on. Is it a scab or are you bleeding? No, my brain is actually like oozing out of my ears right now. Actually, can't really see it on stream, but like I promise it's happening. It's like, it's a big problem. Big old medical struggle over here. It's an audio Easter egg? Where? Like just right in this area, or like actually really want to hear that. That would be kind of funny. What is with this, like, is there anything in here? Oh, there is. There's a way to enter. Look at that. Oh, power cell charger. Yes. We need that. Is this a 2 scan? That's a 2 scan. Might not repeat, but if you leave the biome and return, it might restart the audio. It's the biome audio? Really? How is it a Trump egg? Yeah, spaced. Based. Okay.
New blueprint acquired.
Power cell charger fragment.
New blueprint acquired.
A reinforced dive suit. What does that do? Does that increase, like, how far down I can go? Because I thought that there was, like, no limit whatsoever on how far you can go, which is kind of not how science works. And then we gotta put in the, whoops. Yeah. New blueprint acquired. What is with La Critura? Oh, come off it. It had like 2 seconds left to go, man. Come on. Oh, we love nutrient block. It's for heat, you can handle more heat. Is that required to get like lowered down in the funny areas? Whoops. Oh, this is not good. Oxygen. My favorite thing.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
My favorite gas. Tell you the truth, I have a bit of a proclivity for oxygen. Bit of an addiction for oxygen. Addiction to, not of. You can't have an addiction of. I guess that's grammatically correct. It's just nobody says it that way, does it? Yeah. I wonder if they're ever gonna remove that, where it's like once you cut open the door, maybe they could just make it so it doesn't like say that anymore. Huh. Oh, interesting. Like, is that actually it? I always feel like there's something that I missed, which is excellent. It's fine. See, and since I haven't got a Cyclops yet, still, it's not that big of a deal to, oh, that's definitely a Leviathan. I feel like this is not going to be worthwhile, because I don't think I went in the right direction. I should actually start using, what do you call them? Beacons. Oh, buddy. Buddy. Let's get out of here. Full speed ahead. go up? Straight up? What, to like avoid the Leviathan? I think it's fine. He's not following me. The only thing that's following me is a stupid Reaver Shark. Is that what that one is? Reaver Shark? I think I don't really, like, I muck up the difference between a Reaver and a Sand Shark. And this is pod 12. Oh, wait, no, this is 17 is this one. Let's see. To see the island, it's near where you were. Really? Oh. Meaning Degassi? Well, maybe I ought to keep that in mind, that it's just due west. Oh, it's not due west. Ugh, it's close. Whatever. Island is about 1,300 out. Sand Shark and Reaper Leviathan. I swear there's something called a Reaver Shark. Oh, I'm stupid. That's a Terraria thing. Reaver Shark. We love hand pans. Wow, have I really been live for 5 hours? I don't even think I realized. Let's swap out. That's a dead battery. Let's put the. No, I can actually take these because I can go and decorate in there. We love decorations. Oh no, I already grabbed one. Put in a battery so that actually has one. Behind the ship to the right a bit. 1,300 meters out. Okay. Okay. I could do that. Oh yeah, this is what I like to do with this boy. Stick him right in there. I know there's a way to do it. I've done it before. It's right click. Yeah, there he is. Oh, look at him. Cute. That's what I was saying last night, you didn't realize? What about, like, staying up too late, or... There's too many things that I don't realize. We do love this. Yeah, we can put all of this on the modification station. It's literally just decoration. I mean, I could put these on, like, shelves or something, but I don't want it. I like how they're like all the same poster except for this one. Is that a reference to something? It looks really Titanfall-y. The time that goes by, yep, it's real. It's very big. When you end up just chilling for so long. Because I was sitting here for like 2 hours straight just spitting facts. Which I don't think I intended to do, but it happened regardless, so. That's the boat I row. Let's put the titanium in the titanium one. Natural Selection is on Abraxas Prime. I'm pretty sure it was another game they made. Really? I didn't know they made any other, any games like before this. I thought this was like there first, maybe. Let's continue searching for fragments. Oh, and now I can actually... No. What do you need? HUD chip. Magnetite. So I do need to go down to the cave that I was going to try and go down into anyway.
We've landed close to the Aurora.
Don't do that.
Device is active,
Oh,
but we've got some
wait.
big old fish in the water with us, and I don't know how long we're going to last.
4 is
Crash site, so
the
bring
upside down
radiation
one,
protection.
right?
4 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission
Didn't I already
origin
see
recorded
4?
to data bank.
I thought I already saw 4. It was the Lifeboat 3 Shallows. Isn't that the one that was upside down, like right next to the Aurora? The Aurora. Aurora. Oh, I should probably remap these. We got 1, 2, 3. I feel like I messed up. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, no, I have a power cell charger, which is nice. I'm actually going to deconstruct this one because I like to have it right next to where we come out right here. So it's like, okay, battery charger there. And then, oh wait, that requires an advanced wiring kit. What is it? 2 ruby, 2 titanium, that's easy. Oh, I didn't put up the cat post-it. Piss. I'm probably going to need a fair amount of that. I don't recall exactly what the advanced kit was, but it requires like a computer chip. Ruby. It is actually great. Oh, I have exactly the amount of ruby that I need. Make some copper wire. Do I need silver for this? Wiring kit, advanced wiring kit. Oh, gold. 1, 2, 3. Table coral. 1, 2. So we got the CPU there, and then we need computer chip. Oh, and a wiring kit. Okay. Okay. See, I'm not inexperienced at the crafting in this. I mean, it does tell you exactly what you need, but I did remember a little bit. And then I got the 2 ruby, and I got the 2 titanium, so that's everything. Row your boat gently up the stream. Locked in loaded tactical motive, United States Marine. I don't remember where I saw this. That sounds like something that you'd hear in, like, elementary school. But I didn't hear that in elementary school. So that is actually a fascinating one. Oh, there's like... I didn't realize there's like dust on my pop filter, and I want to blow on it, but then I'm kind of violating the pop filter. It's like it's exactly what you don't do with the pop filter. Miscellaneous is that what I want? Single wall shelves. Let's get a couple wall shelves just for fun. I don't know. Whatever. Sometimes you just accidentally hold it down and wall shelves. Let's put some view here. Or I suppose I could have... I think I'd rather have it there, to tell you the truth. Because that's like not in the way. I feel like I'm probably going to want more lockers there. Let's grab... I guess I could just do the caps. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I forgot that you can actually like select where it's rotating to. Yeah, put you back here. Gotta organize with that. I didn't think about this at all, the way that I wanted to actually put this stupid stuff on the shelf. It's like I'd actually have to hop up top. Yeah. Very nice. Too big. Oh, both of those are too big. It is kind of funny that it specifies that it's non-functional when it's like, yeah, I think we know it's non-functional. Look at that. Look at how pretty that is. I didn't do that in my world. Because I didn't really care. Ooh, the prawn drill arm. Let's definitely make that. 5 titanium, lithium, 4 diamond. I can afford that. Is it 5 titanium? That's the lead one. Lithium. I don't know how much it said. Whatever. What is that? Oh, whole reinforcement includes diamond. My brain can't remember anything important, but I remember everything else. I relate. I remember a lot of useless things. And a couple of useful things. Mostly useless, though. So we got the drill arm, despite not having the rest of it. Drill arm, but nothing to use it for. It's fine. This is just the way it be. Oh, I like to have that at 2, that at 3. That's how I like to do it. Did I put the wrong one? Lol. Okay. Gimme. Where'd he go? I swear there was another one. There he is. Gimme.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Might be worth it to go back to the Aurora just to plunder all those extra supplies that I left behind. Which wasn't a lot of, like, useful stuff. But it was stuff. Reinforced dive suit. Synthetic fibers? How do you make synthetic fibers? It's not a basic material. It's not an advanced material? I already have a hydrochloric acid. What? When did I get... Oh, I must have just unlocked the thing, because I'm like, I know I haven't touched a deep shroom yet. I forget what these are used for. Is that magic squid drinking in one hand and singing in the other? Lol. Radiation suit. That's the one I'm wearing, and I want the reinforced dive. What is the synthetic fibers? Where do I get those? Synthetic. I don't think I have the thing unlocked for that. Heat to energy at medium efficiency. Yeah. I would actually take a nuclear right now, for sure. Just because it's useful. Well, I mean, I actually haven't had much of a... Wait, you need a different thing just for nuclear waste disposal? That's interesting. XD. Integral bed ingredients unknown. Why is that? Oh, I forgot I actually have locker unlocked. But I'm not going to do it until I have a large thing. It's funny that I have the base room there, but yeah, I've actually got no idea. What I really want to start going out in a Cyclops. So it'd be nice to have a prawn and a Cyclops and everything, but you'd want to dispose of it properly, yes. That's definitely true, but I didn't think that this game worked that way. Aerogel. It's enameled glass. I actually forget. Advanced materials isn't there. Did I just unlock advanced materials? I don't think I have aerogel in here. Oh, right, because I haven't picked up a thing, but for some reason, like, it'll tell me what it is, but it won't tell me.
Aurora, we're approaching the planet now. We have a landing site for you that's... well, it's better than the alternatives. We've sent you the coordinates. It'll take us a couple of days to align our orbit.
Uh-oh.
Should be able to establish direct contact with you during that time. Then we're coming in to get you. Cross your fingers for the weather holds. Don't leave us waiting.
Yeah,
Send him out.
I think the weather is actually, yeah. Should I actually head to it, when the time comes so I can watch the explosion, watch them get nuked? Maybe with gel sacks, which I found out the floating ball zone and the big mushroom tree, yeah. So I haven't picked up a gel sack, but for some reason it's telling me to go and, like, well, to get aerogel, even though it's just like, well, I've never even touched the required ingredients for that, so why are you telling me? You're telling me now. Get, I should actually just take all of these over here. 'Cause it's not like I need them. Yeah, to get a moon pool early would actually be based. Let's put, I mean, just put everything in here, right? Kaboom! Yeah, it would be a bit of a kaboom. I didn't get to see it the first time I played this. Watched this. I did not watch it, I played it. I watched myself play it. I watched my screen as I... yeah, whatever. I suppose... oh wait, I don't think I emptied out the rest of my storage yet. Very important thing to do. Let's do that. I don't know when I started, like, clicking like that. Like, it's just a thing that I started doing. I'm not sure where it came from. Like, I could say it was from Fantastic Mr. Fox, but I don't know. Can you do the Halo announcer again? What's something funny he would say? Say something funny. Say something in chat and I'll say it in a funny man voice. It's funny that I, like, accidentally did that, and I was like, oh, I guess that is kind of what he sounds like. Did not intend to Halo announcer yesterday, but that's just what happened. Easy, I suppose. So hard to sell for sure when everyone's a pro. Saying it's so obvious, but really they don't know time. Wham. Yeah, definitely give it some good thought what you want me to make the Halo announcer say. I mean, technically you could go on what do you call it? The funny website. What do you call it? I actually forget what it's called. Cameo. pay for a cameo and you can say whatever you want and just say. Just very funny. Okay, let me get a little bit of a warm up here. Tax evaded. Am I in the pocket for it yet? Let me get some water. Double kill. No, that's too gravelly. What does he sound like? Something like that. I am a furry. Deal with it. Is that too deep? I feel like I'm not in the right pocket for it. First thing I came up with. Hey, may as well. Sometimes it needs to be said. But actually, I could just consume one of these right now. I don't even know what hurt me. Something like bit me or something. Easy, I suppose. It's hard to sell for sure when everyone's a pro. That was perfect. Why you're so good? I didn't think it sounded perfect. Maybe I'm not listening to myself properly, but I'm glad you appreciate it. Maybe I need more practice. I feel like when I try with some impressions, they end up like just completely evading me. Maybe I'll like compare it later. I'll see how I did. Like re-listen to it because I can't really like hear myself like through my own audio. Bomb detonated. No, that's not what it, because what I was trying to do was that enemy spotted, but I accidentally did that. No, I feel like it's different now. I feel like I've messed up.
Vital signs.
I'm doing good. That's good. Good to know. Let me see. Saying it so obvious, but really they don't know. Don't know. Baby, the truth. I need aerogel if I need to go down to the depths. Which direction do I want to go is the question. I want to go down to the purple, the snakes, the crab snake place. I want to go there. That's where I want to go. It's before the sunbeam arrives. See, when I first saw that that timer, I was like, is the game gonna like end? But I didn't realize what it actually meant. Capture the flag. So that's what he says. Master Chief, mind telling me what you're doing on that wall? Sir. Goodness, what is he? Sir, security camera. Is that what he sounds like? I don't remember. I've never played those games. I need to. It is on the list of games to play. Listen, I can't explain.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
If it sounds that good, I don't know. Can I actually heal you? But I swear, wasn't there a way that you used to be able to actually like repair the dumb thing without doing this crap? That was a bit silly. In it. Did I? Yeah, let's move the titanium back. put it here for now. I think, whoops. I think eventually I'm probably just gonna end up, like, moving everything, somewhere else. Don't know where yet, but it's definitely gonna be somewhere else. Okay, I need to go directly to the, place where things are.
All systems online.
Second Officer Keen's last broadcast location. So, southwest. I guess we'll see what I can see. Heading off in this direction. Let's grab some. Surprisingly enough, I am running a little low on salt. So I definitely want to make sure I've got enough of that.
You think on Twitch that you could never run out of salt.
Let's keep going. I really shouldn't be picking these up. I know I shouldn't be, but I am anyway. I want a Cyclops, man. Because then you can just, like, go to one general area, however far away, and then just, like, you know... I thought he actually heard it. This is not the cave system I'm looking for.
It's not the droids you're looking for.
Back tried to find some audio. Like TikTok audio type of deal. Something like that. Oh, do you mean the Halo announcer guy? What is the audio? Oh, whoops.
Double kill, triple kill,
Oh, yeah.
overkill, kill-tacular, kill-trocity.
This guy is awesome. It's his voice and everything.
No maidens. No maidens. No maidens. Skill issue. Skill issue. Skill.
I love him so much. Because I mean, he just takes the requests. He does whatever people ask him to do.
No maidens.
Yeah, we love him. Oh, so now I'm going into the blue balls place. More radio transmissions. The radio's not so much a radio as much as it is like just a message, messaging box. What do you call those? Answering machine. Wow. There's a blast from the past. I haven't thought about an answering machine in like actual decades. I have been alive for 2 decades. That actually is true. At least 2 decades, which is kind of wild. There is gel sacks near there. Yeah, it's down, it's like down that way somewhere. It's where the sacks do be. Oh, I can't, ooh. Give me that, give me that. Okay, that's...
New blueprint
Oh.
acquired.
But I've already got that, haven't I, from the thing? It's along the wall. Wait, are they along the wall, or... Yeah, no. I can find them. I've seen them.
I know my onions. I know my way around a little bit.
Wait, is that a... Okay, I thought it was a friggin' time capsule. I've still only found a single time capsule, by the way. I think that's a bit criminal, frankly. It's a bit messed, innit? Oh, membrane. I don't know if I've ever scanned one of these before. I know I haven't spent a lot of time in Blue Ball neighborhood, just because there's not a lot there. What I should have been doing was, or maybe I should be doing that now, is just taking beacons with me and then dropping them whenever it's like, oh, this is another place, you know? So many scanner room fragments, goodness. Would have already had it by now. But I do already have it by now. So now I'm just ending up with a bunch of spare titanium that I don't need. Is there a way in here? There's got to be a way in here. There's always a way in. There's always a way in. Dumbledore. I don't even know who that is.
30 seconds.
What am I looking at? It's the boat arrow. Wait, is that like really... okay, okay. Ooh, grappling arm fragment. We love. Thank you. Give me that. Again, why has it got to be so loud? Is there really nothing else here? Well, I know I could, propulsion cannon these things. Or whichever one's the one that's the one. But it's like, does it even matter? It's like, I don't think there's anything there. I don't think there's any purpose in doing so. That is definitely exactly how it sounds. New PDA data always be hidden superfluously. It go hard. See, what would be fascinating is like just trying to like not have a single habitat anywhere in particular, and only being
maximum depth reached.
bruh. I did not. I keep forgetting. Wait, so I'm just gonna get in as close as I can. Is that a friggin'... oh no, it's a moon pool. I thought it was a Cyclops thing, and I was like, bro, you're really gonna hit me with the Cyclops thing? Right here, right now. Oh, I don't think I've actually scanned one of these. Anchor pod, that's what the blue balls are called? I just call them blue balls. Went a little too far. Yeah, too far... oh, ooh, uranitite. Oh. I've got to, scan it, of course. Ute. I don't want to go, like, super deep, because I know that could be dangerous to my health. This is a cool biome, but I really never spent all that much time here. My maximum crush is friggin'... like, that's really shallow. Give me that. I thought I'd already done a spadefish. Specimen
Integrating
with...
new PDA data.
oh, it was an infected one. Right. I forgot about those. We may as well just grab some fish while I'm here. This still isn't where... ooh. Ruby. Still isn't where I wanted to actually go. But it's not like I'm getting useless stuff. It's like I'm getting stuff that I need. I will use it eventually.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Oxygen.
We love oxygen.
Warning.
No, 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 no,
Maximum
no, no.
depth reached.
Okay.
Hull damage imminent.
I didn't mean to go beyond that. Why did they remove the, Jeez, I've just got so much useless stuff. They removed the, Easter egg. Screw you, man. Why have you got to do that to me? There was an Easter egg where if you entered and exited the Seamoth enough times in quick succession, it would say, "I love it when you come inside me." And I think that was funny. Because it implies that the Seamoth is somewhat sentient. I mean, the PDA itself has like snarky voice lines. It's got at least a sense of humor to whatever degree. Don't forget about the crab squids. Which ones were the crab squids? Is that? Oh, crab squids. Yeah, those guys. I remember those. You want to know a cool feature that should have been put in? Nitrogen command is nitrogen was if you went up too fast, you would take damage due to rapid pressure change. That's interesting. I mean, that makes sense to me, because it's like, yeah, that's what happens in real life, but I think they wanted to, like, decomplicate a lot of things. I think that was part of their, idea. That should have stayed. It would have been crazy. Yes, I agree. That would have been really something. I should actually unload this one and put the empty in U. No. It's like I don't need a habitat creative when I'm down in Joe land. No, that's not what it's not. How do you make a Seamoth? How do I do a Seamoth voice? Is that what it sounds like? I don't think so.
I love it when you come inside me.
It's like vaguely female voice. That's the one that, cause I can't really do the
Be advised, a common complication for cave divers is loss of orientation, followed by eventual asphyxiation.
Thanks, PDA. Thanks, PD. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, PDA is rude.
There you are.
That's what I was gonna say, that when I try to do the Seamoth voice, I just end up doing the AI, not AI, this was before AI, believe it or not, when they had to create like sound fonts with voices. And what was it called? Well, I remember it from FNAF B3. It was the voice of Springtrap, but the like sound font for the voice, or whatever you call it. I don't know if it's a sound font, but like the voice was called David.
And he spoke a little bit like this.
They've got like people who do like Reddit videos. They do nothing but talk like that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Storytime Reddit. One day I was...
Yeah, I don't know, whatever they talk about.
I was taking my daughter to school.
That's what Reddit stories are all about. It's like someone's like a father, and then something extremely messed up happens. I don't know. I had to stop getting those, like, recommended to me on TikTok. This, like... Just the constant influx of, like, videos where it's like, you know, it is fascinating a lot of the time. It's like, okay, gotcha, you had to, like, shoot a home invader in the face, and you ended up having to, like, deal with, like, lifetime PTSD because you watched him, like, fall in half. It's like, that's cool, man, but I don't know if I necessarily need that on my For You page. They take so long to watch as well. This is before, I think it may have been before they actually added the option to double speed. As an ADHD person, double speed is so utterly necessary. I need it. Absolutely needed. Did I put all my salt in here? Excuse me, where's my salt? Okay. I think I must have left some over here. I should put another fabricator over here. Make things easier on myself. I just want salt. Give me the salt. Give me those boys. Actually, I'll just try and make one like right now. Fabricator. Put it right there. Gold. I've got some gold in here, right? No gold.
No maidens.
There's some gold. That's cool. Oh, table coral sample. Let's do that. Just a single one of these. Just because it well, while I'm here, I can actually just empty off a bit more. Make a couple of cured foods and waters. Wow. Yeah, I kind of wish this... Like, it is satisfying to watch the fabricator work, but I wish I could just, like, continue clicking stuff and then have it just buffer it all, so I don't have to sit here and wait whenever I have something that I want to have go like that. Yeah, I'll just keep that. Let's put copper goes in here, lead goes in here, all the titanium in the universe goes in here. Whoops. Oh, I really need the large multipurpose. I don't even know if I'm... Like, I'm definitely going to build a multipurpose room, but I don't think I'm going to build, like, very many. All of you go in here. Table coral sample comes with me. Give me a battery. Screw you. Wait, where'd my... Oh, wait, my batteries are over here. Lol. Why did I do that that way? Inefficient. Very cool. So now I've got that, so I can actually deal with this stupid stuff. See, and I think this will make it, like, far less decentralized, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like, I just want to be able to deal with like, Like, maybe I'll just put a large multi-purpose room right here, and then it'll be, like, directly off to the side. But boy, what the heck, boy? So I don't have to, like, go walk super far. Because that was an error in my other base, was that I had to walk extremely far just to bring my, my stuff from one end to the other. It was quite needless. Oh, that is annoying. I'm just gonna use some ingenuity here, because I know I'm gonna need them eventually, so it's like, I just may as well slap in a couple lockers. It is kind of funny that titanium is so abundant in this universe. I'm pretty sure it's nowhere near as abundant. Oh, I've got 9 minutes until this this thing arrives. Perhaps I should start heading over. Let's grab the titanium and swap it out for the quartz. Yeah, this is annoying. Yeah, that's really annoying. Put the lithium back, man. What do you think you're doing? Yeah, just shove a bunch of titanium in there. There should definitely be a way to, like... I mean, you can put up signs. I don't think I ended up really mucking about with signs much. I probably should have, because that could have been really useful for avoiding the obnoxiousness that is, you know, having all your stuff disorganized and you have to, like, figure out where everything is stored. I really wish I could just have, like, same thing in Terraria. I really want to just have one big old, like, centralized storage unit that I can just, that's completely searchable and everything. Like, that would be based. But we can't have good things, can we? Oh wow, my power is very quickly diminishing. I was trying to say diminish and replenish at the same time, which is not even at all what I was really wanting to say, because those mean the opposite. Ooh. Nothing too rare in here. Otherwise I'd pick some up. I just want to make sure I've got room. And I gotta make it here in a timely manner. I mean, it won't be too much of a struggle to make it over there in time. If I could find a time capsule, that'd be amazing. Like, I don't even care what's in it at this point. I just want to find one. Because I also forgot to scan the first one that I saw. So it would be quite nice. If only just for the scanning completion. So I think I'm gonna sort of monitor the seafloor as we move along. And I mean, that's where useful stuff spawns anyway, is the seafloor, so... It's like I haven't got time to check out absolutely everything, but... But of course I can make stops for 2 titanium. What am I doing? Well, that I'll stop for, absolutely. I've been spaced out for so long. Relatable. I've been spaced out my whole life. Oh, wait, this is the engine. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't know this spawned over here. I did kind of forget it existed, so me knowing or not knowing where things are is a bit farcical at this point.
Signature in the region. Cannot identify.
What do you mean energy signature? Don't tell me. Oh, is this Degassi? Oh, is it talking about the massive massive legend? Oh, I kind of wish I had sonar now. Because I know there is a massive man somewhere around here. Yeah, he's the one who hangs out in the stupid, in the moon pool in here. Because I've parked my friggin' Seamoth in the moon pool. See, one time my Seamoth drifted under the island. So that's part of why I couldn't get, achievements. It's because my Seamoth drifted into the island. But then there's also... Ooh. Oh, right. You can actually learn how to... Can you craft those? I forget. Oh, well, I'm here 4 minutes early. Oh, and I haven't got a tablet yet. It's been a second. You get a free purple tablet at the Degassi Island based. Ooh, bulbul tree. Yes. See, I haven't got a planter yet, but I can grab a seed to plant it later. Bulbo trees are not very good. Ooh. Thanks, bud. Yeah, okay. I really like the alien technology. See, I think I was a little confused by, come on. Like, the alien tech, like, their, like, their society. I'm like, they had a society? Like... Ugh. It's actually a lot of sky rays. I don't recall if I... there is one on the island, this one. Yeah, no, I did get it. Purple tablets are the best tablets. Yeet. Yup. Force field control. Is it possible to,
Scans indicate this structure is composed of a metal alloy with unprecedented integrity.
Integrity.
No matches found in database. Performing structural analysis. Unknown language. Attempting translation.
Yeah, I was kind of fascinated by this, Oh, yes, ion cube. Purple tablets are the best because they're purple. Yes, precisely. Spitting.
Analysis of the patterns on the walls cannot ascertain whether their purpose is aesthetic or functional. Further data required.
It's very aesthetic. What do you mean? The architect, and I don't know why it took me so long to find out, but the architect is in below 0. Oh yeah, it's like the same
Unknown language.
the same thing, people, same alien, la criatura. I once got my myself stuck in this thing.
Of interfacing with this facility is achieved by accessing the control room in the lower section.
Can I get back up though? Because the sunbeam will arrive in precisely 1 minute. The aesthetic is indeed purty. I think I got. It's like I got my my prawn stuck in this elevator, like at the base. I think I managed to save it, which was lucky, but this is a little bit funny. Okay, come on, let me... I gotta get back over there before stupid thing comes. I've gotta be around when it comes. Come on. It's like outside, isn't it? I can hear things. Am I supposed to be like standing here so I can like see it properly? This is the nuclear event. I brought my popcorn and everything.
Survivor, we see you. Man, I don't know how you held out down there. We broke an atmosphere and we're descending towards the landing site.
Watch the cannon.
Building down there. What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on.
Oh no!
No turning back now.
No!
Positions everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
Yeah. Yeah. Rip Bozo. Smoking that sunshine pack or whatever. What was it? Sun. I don't even remember the name. I don't even remember the name of the ship. Nobody will remember your names. Because you're dead. L Bozo. Bye bye. Aaron Hernandez. Gone forever. Some of the collisions on these are a bit strange. Imagine at the end of Subnautica. Based on a true story. I mean, that would be really something. If it were to be based on a true story. That would be pretty remarkable. It's the stupid, Wait, is that actually what shot down the Aurora? I think I kind of didn't realize that, but it's like... pretty sure that's what they were kind of implying. Is that totally, like, shot down the Aurora. Zuck. That would be actually kind of sick to have an elevator like this. But yeah. Is that what? No. Yeah. Yeah, so this moon pool is great. A legendary moment happened to me here when I was first exploring this area, where I parked my moth in here, and I walked all the way up, and the biggest Leviathan you've ever seen was just chomping on it. Like, the moment that I showed up, it was just like, hey man, what's up? I'm having dinner. And I actually freaked out. I woke up everybody in the house. Oh yes, I remember these. Alien Arch. Yes. Because that portal technology. It's like that. They're what's the word? The people were more advanced. Their people, or was it the? You know, they had a lot of stuff that we don't, like portal tech and anti-gravitational cool stuff, and alien devices. Doomsday device. What is a doomsday device? Scans indicate this device contains enough potential energy to destroy the entire planet along with most of the solar system. Fortunately, it has malfunctioned. Is that what it's for? Are you sure it's not like a big old battery or something?
Scans indicate the facility's control room lies beyond this doorway.
Is there a way to get up there? 3 trillion credits for it. 3 trillion credits for the elevator. Missed a thing? Scanny scan in the bottom. Well, I gotta jump all the way back down then, haven't I? But I haven't. Oh, right. Then put this in. Suppose I'll do that. At the very bottom? Okay, I don't know if I would survive. Oh, yes. Thank you. Alien rifle, yes. I actually want to see. Strong resemblance to human weaponry in form. This device must have been designed with a humanoid user in mind. Whether all the aliens that built this structure with themselves humanoid or otherwise employ the use of humanoids is unclear. What is clear is that they considered defending this facility a necessary precaution. There is no obvious way to remove the rifle from the case. Oh, isn't that too bad? Excuse me. What's funny about this facility is that it doesn't really seem like a facility so much as it does like a bit of a decorative museum. Like, kind of as she said, oh, of course, we love this. Is there anything to scan down there, or is it like, it's like a temple. It really is like a temple. This thing's, like, intelligent. Yes.
The control panel is broadcasting a message. Translation reads, "Warning, infected individuals may not disable the weapon. This planet is under quarantine."
My face when the planet is under quarantine. Real. Needle, yeah, no, relatable.
Downloading summary to databank.
Okay. Wait, I actually get... Oh. Sanctuary A. Is there anything else to scan down here? Anything else that's special? I suppose I could just go out this way. May as well. I'll keep on trying. Yeah, there's a big old man who spawns somewhere around here. Oh, I suppose I have got to scan one of those eventually. Yeah, I never use that moon pool because it's vulnerable. It's really stupid. It's like actually one of the worst places to put something because hostiles spawn in range of it and will go into it. It's like, why would I ever want to use it then? Like, what is the point? Obviously, the aliens didn't think this through. Otherwise, they would have avoided it. Actually, still need to go on the rest of the building here. I would die. That's a big needle. These are the dunes. That's why. Gimme. No, no, no! How close was I? Have you seen the asteroid, the meteorite? Like the thing that created the crater? Oh, he was holding still. I saw that, man. Hey, there we go. 83%. I didn't see it, but I got it. I got there eventually. Excuse me, head crab. It's a very pretty area. Oh, right, I actually forgot, pink cap? Can you do something with this? Fungus, harvestable spores, but inedible. What do those do? Speckled rattler, we love them. Get out! Imagine I die to these stupid things. So I haven't got any med kits. That would be not good to fall off of that. That would be a bit of not good happening. I'll keep on trying. Might as well. Wait. Wait, what? I can activate this? Yo. Gaming. Nether portal. Wow, this is very just quite mesmerizing. What was with the arm there? That was weird. Does the ion cube permanently power it up? Meteorite is found in the dunes. That's why most people don't find it, but it holds secrets. Architect's secrets. Apparently it holds a consciousness of Architect's generals. Degassi Island, I'm pretty sure. Oh, well, Degassi is where I want to be. Oh, wow, that is far away. That is far away. Oh, and my inventory is still, it's quite full at the moment. Can I get out? I like how green everything is. You're on Degassi, yep. That's what it appears to be. Is Degassi the only other island in this place? Yeah, this is Degassi. I remember Degassi. Geen. We love Geen. Foxel shrub.
Picking up multiple energy signatures on the island's surface.
Ming plant. What's a Ming plant? I don't know if I've ever had these before. I think there's a ton of things. Jaffa Cup. Sounds vaguely Australian. Size is limited only by available nutrients in space. That's interesting. I've already got Bulbo seeds. What else could I use? Tagassi's got quite the amounts of flora. None of these are edible, right? Shoot. There may not be much purpose in bringing them back. It's weird, like, you know, if they had an entire society on this... Oh, is this not the native planet? It says the planet is on quarantine. So it might not be their native planet, but as far as I'm aware, this this planet is one that... It's like it's the same one that you explore in Below Zero. Egg sounds like coffee. What sounds like coffee? The size is limited to nutrients in space. Let's say you gave it its own island. Would it grow to the size of the island? That's, I think, something that should be experimented.
Signal location uploaded to the PDA. Integrating new PDA data.
Very nice.
Integrating new PDA
Apparently.
data.
See, maybe if these aliens were so advanced, they would have already tested out such a thing. grub basket. Jaffa cup. It does sound like a coffee thing. Jaffa cup. We love new PDA data. Climb this mountain. Be running up that hill. Be running up that building. Oh, there's the habitat. This probably is a bad idea. Wait, it's actually really surprising that that worked. Oh, I'm actually so... Nah. Because I'm so used to Far Cry 6, it's really easy to jank your way up. It's actually the way I walked down. Walk down the hill once... hey, you know, and I forget that there's... Oh, yeah, there's that one down there. Let me figure out the better way to actually get up there. So we got this ledge. Are you on the wrong mountain? No, there's a thing up on the top of this. Cause there's like multiple... Shut up. Guess I do need to seek fluid intake. Yeah, see there's a thing up here. It's weird that it's like I've got the quad way. Yes, finally bulkhead. I kind of wish that I could build like a Chinese potatoes. Interesting. Small marble melon. How is the inventory full? So that's edible.
Vital signs stabilizing. Seek fluid intake. Vital signs stabilizing.
Oh, this actually hydrates. Wow, I didn't realize you could get so many. So I won't eat that one because I kind of need it. Scan the observatory. Yes. There's a spotlight you can scan on the base? Is there?
Integrate the new PDA data.
5 years of funny music. Where's the spotlight? Oh, I do see it, yeah. There's little lights, yes. I forgot about those. Well, they kind of blend in a little bit. I suppose I've already got, like, the gloss stuff. That's cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, this looks really low poly. Low definition. My, scanner's actually running out of battery. Impressive. Okay, that's not good. Oh, wall planter. Very nice, very nice. What's popping?
New blueprint acquired.
Ooh, we love exterior grow bed. Marble melon, small marble melon.
New blueprint
Yeah, so I can pick up the
acquired.
small one and eat it. Ah! Oh my gosh, I'm gonna actually die if I allow this guy to continue bullying me. No. Stop it. I don't have med kits, bro. What was I scanning? Was that something necessary? Oh, he's in there. Oh, this isn't anything necessary. Multi-purpose room. There he is. Finally. But I don't see any large ones. Wow, I didn't realize it took such a long time. Yeah, get out of there. Don't come back. Oh, never mind. He's still in here. Are you dead yet? I don't like you continuing to move. Large room partition. Multi-purpose room glass dome. I don't get a large one, do I? Large room glass dome. Wait. Do I get a large multi-purpose room because of that? Multi-purpose room. Large room. Yeah. I get them. Based. That is so loud.
Integrating new PDA data.
Ultra glide flins. We love those fins. More PDA, of course.
Integrating new PDA data.
Battery. Oh, but I need it though. If I need anything, I need that. Let's drop, because I don't need like so many of those. Excuse me, bud. Just need that loud thing. And I'll be on my way.
Integrating new PDA data.
My gosh. There's nothing important over there, is there? Oh my, why were you standing right there? I have to get out before these stupid things end up killing me. Like, I will actually die to head crabs. And that would be pathetic. I really want to jump in there, but I know I have, do I have to do that one? Or is that the way that I came? No, that's the way I came. I went down here, and now I have to go up here. Because there is, like, PDA data, there's stuff to get. 3 crabs. Toe outside, 1... Oh, 2 outside, 1 inside, by the way. Yeah. I should have been a little more mindful in avoiding them altogether. None of them are here, right? There better not be any. 7 hours, good job, really? Oh man, 6:57. Hey, I just sucked the fluid intake.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Wish granted.
Integrating new PDA
Yes,
data.
lantern trees. This is the based one. Because these will, like, I love having these because, like, you just plant a couple of them. And then, excuse me, bud.
New blueprint acquired.
I actually have to drop a couple of things real quick. Drop the unimportant stuff. Less important. Yeah, and the big stuff too. Because you could just fill up with lantern fruit, chomp it up, and it'll hydrate you eventually. This stuff is based. That's what I like having. This is what the forbidden fruit looked like. It's literally the exact same. Acquired. That is exactly how it is said. Fact spitterator. .mp4. Old Chinese potato. Bobo tree sample. Ming plant. What do I need in order to make enough room to hold that? Do I have Chinese potato seeds? Ugh, that's actually annoying. So bulbo trees aren't very useful is the thing. Small marble melon. What does based mean again? It laid me brain no work. It means like good. It's like the worst explanation. Oh, I really want to jump. I know I'm not gonna make it, but I really want to do it. Based means like... It's like something that you believe that not everybody else does, or something like that. Wow, that is really far. I didn't know Degassi was on this side of the Aurora. Oh, look at that skybox clipping. Kind of odd. Good, thumbs up. Yeah, no, that's exact. Oh, I don't want to walk by these. Did I just come from that? I think it's on the other side of the island that I need to head, right? Right, I believe. Keep on heading down. Going down the fat side of me. Okay. It go down. It don't. Ugh. I just have to make sure not to fall down. Oh, which direction was the stupid, cave in? Oh, I didn't even realize they continually built, like, so many things around the island. I don't know if I ever noticed that. It's a very nice island. Would actually be an amazing place to live. Why did they die? Did they die of infection as well? They died of infection. Oh, I think this is where I had ended up touching land initially. Yeah, that is exactly what I would. One of them did? Did the other ones not die? That is exactly what would happen. Do a little bit of... We love that. Oh, come on. Oh, come on here. Yeah, I don't just want to, like, wander around in circles. I want to find where this dumb, cave is. Without dying to those guys, preferably. If you're chasing me, I'm going to eat you. Actually, I kind of wish you could. Just to spite them, I would do so. Have I scanned these trees? I guess you can't. So I have healed back a little bit. So I don't recall how quick the health regen is. That is why it is useful to bring multiple med kits. Where is the stupid cave? Because I know that that's one of the ways you can enter is like from below. Oh crap, am I stuck now? No soft locking. Nopers. For a second, it was taking me a second to remember what the name of the... There we go. I actually need to reconfigure my BTTV stuff. Because I definitely haven't got good emotes set. I got some poopy ones. I actually kind of forgot how to set them. It wouldn't be too tough to do. So, is there a habitat on the other island? There's no equivalent to Degassi on the other island, right? It's just the purple guys where they have their stuff set up. Why does his arm go out like that? It looks so broken. I think I will. Okay, I guess that's all that I... Oh! Goodness, I have to run. This stupid guy is always... Get back to the Seamoth immediately. The deaths were the 3 crew, Paul, Margaret, and Bart Simpson. Oh! That's annoying. Oh, that's really annoying. I'm gonna drop a copper. No! Drop the titanium. Keep the copper. Grab the tablet. I just don't want to go near those guys. Paul died of crab squid because he saw the light of it? What? What does that mean? I don't think I'm gonna make that. What if I could? Bart succumbed to the Kahara bacterium. Okay, so there is one of them that died to that. Margaret lived? Where the heck is Margaret? Okay, never mind. I guess I am going through here. And hopefully not getting killed by the Biden family. That's just the first thing that comes to mind. Like Joe Land, Joe Biden, anything to do that's okay. That was fun. Can I get out? Can I get to my Seamoth, please? Can I get to my Seamoth, please? Bruh. Why am I trapped in a cave, man? I've got no inventory room. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. I want to go home. Crap. Bruh. What do I do, Lord? I would do that louder, but again, it's time to sleep. I actually should go to sleep tonight. Oh. Every single time I'm thinking of like going to sleep after streaming recently, I've been like, okay, that means I've got to like eat first, right? And then I'm like, okay, what should I eat? And then I'm like, I really, really, really want Nutella on white bread. And it's like, I haven't got any Nutella on white bread in my hands right now. And we haven't got any stocked. Depressing. Pepe hands. Stay away from me. Get it away from me. I like how I still haven't made it back to my moth. They were in the ground reef. Pete was saved by Margaret, who was dragged into the depths by a Reaper Leviathan. Bruh. Wait, what? I thought you said Margaret lived.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Pete then claimed he saw light, but died to a crab squid. Bart escaped the Grand Reef and continued the search for the cure, but died. Rip Bozo.
Rip Bozos.
Margaret lived by floating on a Reaper through the void? And has seen him below zero. What is the void? Bruh. So he was... Wait, how... If you get dragged down to the depths by a Reaper of Leviathan, how do you not die to the Reaper Leviathan? Like, that's actually kind of impressive that you were able to get snatched up by one, but it didn't actually eat you. because they tend to do that. Yeah, I definitely need to get to playing Below Zero. Let's open the storage here. I should actually, because I can afford to grab a couple of things on me way. I saw water guy. Where's the water? Bladderfish, whatever it's called. The void is basically, I believe, past Crater's Edge. Oh, right, that. I don't... They called that the void? I thought that was just the Crater Edge. She killed a Reaper, took half of it to the base to test on. She's scary. Okay. Margaret is definitely the name of somebody you don't want to mess with. Maggie. Pretty sure she was a mercenary. Okay. That makes sense. Or like a prisoner. Or both, I suppose. I suppose it's relatively sensical that you end up being both. Get the grav trap.
Integrating new PDA data.
Yeah. Nothing special. Don't think so. Oh, is that it? Is that it? Okay. I'm gonna continue sort of scouring the ocean floor as I head back. I mean, who really needs all these grav trap fragments, right? I'm just gonna clean up the seafloor. I really shouldn't just be grabbing, like, useless scrap. I know too much. For how not smart I am, I know a lot. Real. See, it's very possible to be... Oh, I forgot that's a thing you could do. It's quite possible to be not smart, but well-versed. I suppose you could put it that way. I'm glad they removed the self-damage bug with the Seamoth, where you could kill yourself with it. So that probably would have already happened by now. Proposed Degassi habitat, 250 meters. What is that? Huh. I'll have to take a look. My maximum is 300 meters right now. It's just so utterly unfortunate, yes. Is it proposed to Degassi? I don't know what that is. That's the base in the Mushroom Cave. Okay, so that's where I need to go next. Probably in the morning or whenever I end up streaming next. Will it be in the morning? It's 10:33. It could have been a lot later, but it's not that late in the end. So first thing we gotta do is, we don't even have to empty stuff out, but we gotta do is figure out where we're gonna put the new room, baby. Right here, I think is large room based. I think I'm gonna scoot it over this direction as far as possible. Wait. That is quite a large room. That is the largest...
Somebody say the largest room. That's the largest room I've ever seen. It's a massive one.
Oh, it doesn't want to connect there? Was I not able to, No, yeah. Just do that. Plus steel ingot. Oh, that's it. 2 plus steel ingots. Let's do it. I may need more stuff. Oh, it's lithium plus steel. Give me more titanium, I guess. Real. They added that from below 0? Oh yeah, the lodge room. Yeah, no, I remember that was one of the best things that they added. I find it cool. I find it incredibly useful. So yes, it is cool. Oh, you can craft purple tablets. Forgot about those. It's the orange tablets that I don't quite remember how to do. Wait, were these... Oh, those will stay there. That's only -4 to base strength? Okay, buddy. We are in business! Do I want to put it at an angle like that, or do I want to put it like that? Yeah, I think that's better for space. Because I'm doing this. I'm absolutely doing this. And then maybe I'll put signs on to actually make it easier. I wish I could, like, actually have a full room that is just dedicated to, like, mass storage like this, in a sense that, like, it isn't, like, ridiculous, like, kind of the way that I'm putting it out. Okay, but I do kind of need to grab the... Bruh. I don't think I ever made a large room in, whoops. In my other worlds, like the overworld world. That one was messy. And then I need to grab quartz from my storage. Okay, piss off. Any quartz in here? The other one had like... Wait, where's my quartz then? Where is my quartz? Okay, I got a ton here. At least I got a ton here. Let me put the good stuff in that. Yeah. I'll do it eventually.
Vital signs stabilizing.
That's actually funny that I had to drink all of my stuff. Oh, I should probably actually consume a couple of these too. And keep one on me. Oh. Let's grab this food. Let's put the salt in here. Let's put, no, actually I need the titanium, I forgot. Grab the quartz, blah, 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 blah. Wrong room. Oh, so much storage will be had via this venture. It's a massive room. I don't think I realized how massive the room truly was.
I am the chosen one. Someone had to do it.
I don't know why I was thinking that. Brainworms. I'm back. Welcome back. Yes, boy. Let's get, I don't even need bulkheads quite yet. Because I've still got a lot of stuff, lot of integrity.
I have so much integrity. The greatest amount of integrity.
Maybe I should start putting in glass ceilings and stuff. Exclusively for the purpose of breaking them. Wow, very nice. I don't like this one. I feel like it's a little bit... Gimme. Oh, now it's too far back. I didn't even realize what I was doing. Floating posters, it's like curtains. Yes, true. I didn't expect them to do that. I didn't necessarily intend for that to happen, but it happened. And the world is better for it, I reckon. I mean, I could just dump all sorts of stuff. Let's make a couple of multi-purpose... Oh, well, I suppose I should have kept the titanium then. Okay, so we're gonna make a couple of multi-purpose rooms for a couple of purposes. Let's put one... Because I don't want it to be like super out of it. Let me see. Let's put one wherever it is. That's going to be off the grid there. That is a crazy shade of red, bud. See, do I want to make just another multi-purpose room, or do I just want another large room? It's like, I can afford to do another large room. And it might just be far more worth it. Oh, that's so based. Bruh. Okay, I'm gonna do that. And we'll see what I'll do with it. I need more plasteel. I may run out of titanium, which is fine, because good, frankly. Excuse me? Did my keyboard just die? The magic squid will be seen in dreams and nightmares. I like that prediction. I like that prophecy. Kind of based. I think my keyboard died. Which, of course, means that I've got to tactically reload the batteries. We love batteries. Okay, that one's red. That one's yellow. Put that with you. Grab another. See, I'm glad it died. No, I don't want a green. It'll just be a bit of a waste using a green on this. You're green. Blue. You know what? I'm just gonna grab any given individual battery. Oh no, I can grab it from here. Gimme. Ow. There we go. much juice have you got? No juice. That's cool. I thought you would have rejuiced by now. Okay, so we got very unnecessary. Keyboard died? Wireless keyboard? Yes. As you were saying, good timing. True. No, like, because last time it died... Well, I wasn't keeping track of it, but I thought it would show, like, the, like, I started pressing space, thinking it was going to make me jump, and it wasn't jumping. I was like, what are you doing? I thought that it would show the little yellow thing being like, hey, I'm dying. What are you doing? Plug me in, bud. Well, not plug me in, because it's got batteries. So I like using batteries just in general, and I was kind of getting sick of my old keyboard, and all of its problems. I didn't have that many. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I didn't mean to do that at all. Bruh. Get some battery in here. On Xbox, sometimes it'll say battery is low, but I have multiple times where it just says, where it just dies. XD. It's true, it'll do that sometimes. Battery charge. Do we even want to charge anything? Oh, not especially not with. Let me grab more titanium. May as well let's get this stuff back in here where it belongs. The ion cubes kind of belong in there too. I don't want to put these back here because that's the thing, is that I probably shouldn't be storing anything over here because I'm soon gonna want to move it all out anyway. But these take up too much space. Just put them in. Yeah, that's like bioreactor fuel right there. Well, not all of it, because some of it I want to plant. Whoops, I did the opposite of what I was trying to do. Lol. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Raincloud 82423, why did I do that? Yeah, that's the way it be. That is indeed the way it be. I really don't know why I did it, but I did. It happened. It just happened. Oh yeah, I left the other one over there. I'm gonna need water one day. One of these days, I'm going to need water.
It is what it is.
I hope that wasn't too loud. Again, I can't really hear myself all that well. I do have my direct monitor on. Oh, it's because the gain's low. And I keep the gain low because if the gain's not low, then you're gonna hear, like, Fan Magumbo. I mean, my PC in and of itself does a poor job. That's actually one of the things I was going to talk about, like, at the very beginning of the stream, before I even opened up the video game. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. Let's get a friggin' bioreactor in here, dang it. Wiring kit and lubricant. Crap. What else do I need to build? Oh yeah, I can do large room partitions. Put a door into the partition. Bulkheads I can do whenever I want. Grow bed. You're not allowed to do those. Interior. Oh, right. That's interesting. Is it lined up? Is what lined up? Oh, you said never mind. What do I need? Oh, yeah, I need, well, I could use a couple of these. Gimme, 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 gimme. Lubricant. What else did it say? Like a wiring kit? What? Just a regular wiring? Or like an advanced? I don't actually recall.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thanks, man. I was gonna say ma'am because that seemed more appropriate, but then I just didn't for some reason. Is that stinky cheese? We love cheese. Cheese. I'm not grilling you a cheese. Oh, I want a grilled cheese right now. What the heck, man? I would love to get some cheese grilled. I do want a cookie too. See, right now I just feel like relatively hungry, but it does not compare to the other day when I was absolutely starving. That was awful. Awful. Ugh. I should also put together a... Oh, I guess I can't put them up there. See, I don't want it like... Oh, that's interesting. There's like specific places you can put it. It's gonna be all lonely over here. And it's gonna look weird over here. Okay, that's gonna look even weirder. You can do that? I'm gonna put it... Oh, wow. I forgot that those were so... expensive. No trouble, it's just... grabbing all of the resources. It's the only issue. When you really have to think about it. Wiring kit, lubricant, and then I have to grab, like... advanced wiring kit, is it? What are you? Computer chip, 5 mesh silver titanium. Let's see. No, copper. We need to, I don't know how much copper we need, but we need it. And we need it fast. And then we need table coral, gold. Oh, I need another sample. Man, I'm gonna start, like, growing this stuff on my own. If I have to step out, like, one more time and grab a ton of it. Okay, okay. Cookie. I do want cookie. You know, I keep forgetting to ask because I'm interested. Are you a furry or do you like dragons a lot? Either way, I'm just interested. I am a dragon. No further questions. I mean, no, you can ask all the questions you want. Just can't guarantee answers to everything. So we don't need advanced wiring kit, have we? Have we any need for advanced wiring kit? Neither. I am dragon, yes.
A reliable power source is a critical step towards self-sufficiency.
Thanks, man.
Consider
Thanks.
keeping a photojournal of your achievements to motivate you in times of despair.
Times of despair. Okay, photojournal. Okay, so I can screenshot within Steam, but then also within... Why would I want to do... Okay, I'm just going to do keyboard controls, set it to F12 instead. Because it's like, why would I want to do anything else? Like... Why did I do that? Fiber mesh. We've got silver ore, we've got titanium.
High priority automated message from Aurora live pod. Certain coordinates attached. Live pod is carrying high priority passenger.
Yoki Kasa. I said Kasa. Why do I have to record this anyway?
Send immediate burial detail.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Very nice. Let me see, let's eat that. Grill me a cheese. Geez, what to do next? Because I think there's like a lot. Oh, right, I should populate the bioreactor. Because now that I'm up to 650... I seem to remember my other one was doing like 750. Oh, and I should populate the other things. Okay, I should... No. Put the ions in there. Put the gold in there. Put this in the bio. It's a lot of lubricant. That's a lot of lube. Salt. Put the salt in there. Put the, yes, grab more of this. Grab, this, who needs that? Is that... Oh. I see bread, cheese, bread, and I'm like, what am I looking at? It's like, oh, obviously. What else could that possibly be intended to mean? So, what we want to do is we want to plant lantern tree, obviously. And I'm going to use that one just for lantern. And we got... marble melon, Ming plant, Chinese potato, let's do a pink cap, and I suppose that's it. Then the rest of you shall go into here. And we'll watch you charge. Of course, I do want to put more in it. What I like doing is putting in like an entire gasopod. Well, no, I don't like doing that because not because I care about the gasopod, of course. Would never imply such a thing. Yeah, creature eggs, we got eggs to do that with lots of fungi. Ming. Real. Relatable. Dong. Why are the peepers showing up within the... What are you doing here? Okay. Why do I keep trying... I keep trying to go that way, I think because I'm used to that direction being something. Oh, I've only got one salt. That's what I still haven't gotten the, is that something I can build yet? Interior pieces. Yeah, there's no, salt water. I don't even know what those are called. All I know is I haven't got it. Which is sad. Because I just want infinite source of food and salt. Water and salt. Because I'm surrounded by salt water, may as well get infinite source of water and salt. Because, I mean, that's just fair. I mean, I suppose I could put down the, I'll trade you that for that. Is it in? No, it's this one. That's just not organized. Me says some stupid thing, rain real. That is, I mean, that's just the way that it's how I be, I don't know. Get the eggs in there. This is gonna continue charging, which is nice. But now I have to make sure to keep it, populated. The issue that I was dealing with my other base was that I also had nuclear, and when you have nuclear, it like draws from it first. So it's like impossible to have your bioreactor activate until your nuclear fails, which is again like basically impossible. It's officially Friday? Bruh. If you stay long enough, the doomsday device malfunctions more and just boom. Oh, you know what a cool ending would be? I was like, what? That does not happen. I've spent a long time. Yeah, no. That will be kind of interesting. Or maybe if you could, like, take it and start mucking about with it. I feel like the doomsday device... I feel like that's like a red herring. Like, that's not actually what it does. It's just what I just want you to think that. I'll put that in there. Let's put a med kit in there. Grab a new med kit immediately. Oh my gosh, I forgot about you.
Hi. What are you?
Yo, mama. That wasn't funny. I think my brain wanted to come up with something funnier. And now my brain and me together are disappointed in myself. I forgot about those actual jump scare. Okay, let's just bring over all the titanium. Why not? Oh, that's annoying. Catch. Yeah, no, that's definitely what I would do with the doomsday device. Bit of trolling. I wonder what this thing does. La la la. Nice to know my kind will be on
Welcome
my
aboard,
side.
Captain.
Welcome aboard, Captain. It's a Chinese potato. Oh yeah, that's gonna grow. It's gonna take a while. Oh, that's still growing. Wait, do the marble melons not grow? That would be kind of funny if that were to be the case. I guess I'll just let them... Let it grow, let it grow. Let the love inside you show. Plant a seed inside the earth. Oh, and you know what I could do? I could make it loop around and then make it so that it actually goes into one of these. I should actually do that. Yeah, I can't do that yet, obviously, because... Oh, really? Okay, wait. If we... L compartment... Wait, is this not... I have no idea. Why does that not work? Oh, that's obnoxious. But I wanted to connect. Brother. That's kind of obnoxious. Explain to me why that doesn't work. Oh, is it because it's not finished yet? See, that doesn't even that. Wait, so can I create an L compa? Yes. Now we're in business. Because then I can just create another one. Right? And then, will it be in line? No. Put a straight one, put a gay one, put a... You can do that, right? I just don't... I think you have to actually get it to connect. Okay. Just grab a bunch of titanium. Jeez. What do you want?
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
Somebody doesn't know how to use friggin' air bladders, am I right? Literally just use an air bladder. El bozo.
500 meters straight up to the surface. Yes, John.
When in the world are they gonna make a moon pool for the Cyclops? Like, come on. When in the world? It's just a prank, bro. The prank. True. It's not built. No air bladders. I just had the Megamind face flash into my psyche. No air bladders.
No air bladders. No maidens.
So I've got to make so we got to do that. Then we got to do why doesn't that work? Why doesn't it allow me to do that? Okay, that's weird. Like, it doesn't let me, like, plan out where I want the things to go. Bizarre. And, okay, so... Yeah, so it's like you have to finish it in order for it to work. I wonder why it does that. What does a vertical connector do? I mean, I shouldn't... stop. Grab the L compartments and just do those. More L compartment. Take the L. Oh, and then I've got one more right here to do. Are you joking? What? Oh, right. I was like, why? So I know the locker, oh, that actually helps immensely to know why this isn't working. And it's all three of them though, right? Yeah. So I have to move everything over. Okay, actually, I should put that down. Bruh. I forgot it's right click. Let's eat that. Because you should be fine. It's just your positioning is barely into the in the way. And you know what? While I'm at it, I'm just gonna bring it over to the main storage. because I don't want like a ton of things stored here anyway. Yes, no, main storage over here. What are you doing? I do need those. Oh, I suppose I don't need them, but whatever. I made a Fallout meme that is no Radaway based. I do need to get... I think I own several Fallouts because I got them like on sale or whatever. Probably gonna play them one day. Oh, nice. Okay, that's really hilarious. That's quite funny, bud. Okay, grab the... grab, yes, grab. Wham. Bam, shang-a-lang. Based. Based. Vertical connector, entire page on it. XD. Fallout 76. Fallout 76... Well, I haven't heard anything about, like, updates and whatnot, but I read quite the scathing review when that released. So that was one that I was not really planning on taking a look at, but it, I mean, actually could be... I don't... At the same time, I don't have money, but it could be interesting to actually see what, if there's been any development in the quality of the product after however many years it's been out. Just put the lead in here for now. That's cool. That's cool. Actually, it would be really cool to have that all be, okay, you actually got up to 500. That's nice. That's quite nice. Horrible reviews on release, but it's been fixed up, at least in my opinion. Yeah, well, there's one thing you end up seeing with a lot of releases is that, you know, they release it and, you know, it's not good, and then give it some time and eventually they fix it up. I was actually talking about this on Twitter the other day. It's like right before I started streaming yesterday, I believe. I was like, we should have higher games, higher standards for games, considering, did I want to... Let's just bring all this back. Why don't we? Why don't we? Am I full now? Yeah, I'm perfectly full. I reckon we should have some pretty high standards for games on release, and we should stop using what's the word? Funny I think we should shy away a bit more from being dependent on releases and not dependent on, what am I saying? Being dependent on no. Let's just put all the Fode in there. Foden. we should not depend on like big, especially in AAA where they can afford like massive budgets. It's still growing, bruh. Otherwise I'd be fine on water. At least until I get my my funny thing. Oops. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. I released everybody. What did you grab? Is there something? Did it grab something on the other side of that? It's fascinating. Big old AAA releases, will quite often release with just riddled with bugs, and there are some people who just have this as like the expectation. It's just like, oh yeah, no, that's just the way things are. Is that that you know, early releases just release with tons of bugs. That's just the way it is. Deal with it. And it's like, well, so back in the day, we had a thing called standards, you know, but they had physical releases. They had standards that they had to apply to. It's like, well, I've got this this release that I'm gonna make. If I'm gonna press it into, well, not press it into vinyl, but you get the idea. If I'm gonna put it on, then I better put on the best thing that I can possibly do. I gotta make sure that it adheres to the standards, so it's like I'm okay with releasing this. I think that adherence to standards has been sort of forgotten to a certain degree. Okay, I definitely don't need to keep generating those. And I think it's important not to lose sight of that, because like there's a lot to be gained from ooh, that would be really nice if that could actually finish happening. There's a lot to be gained from having high standards, I think, for when it comes to releases. But it's also like, it's really beneficial to have later patches to be able to improve further upon the product a long time afterward. I just don't think we should use it as a crutch. That's basically the point that I was trying to make. Whereas if you use it as a crutch, then, you know, that ends up being not so good for the industry, because now everybody's like expecting games to release unfinished, and I just don't think that's good. Only reason I played is because newest in multiplayer cough, cyberpunk cough. I don't hear a thing about cyberpunk. I've just heard horrible things about it. Even still, my graph trap got a fish through the ground. It's funny that the fish even spawned through the ground, but you know, cyberpunk had a terrible release. It was riddled with bugs. It was incomplete, and that movie. What am I saying? That it had been delayed for literal years, like maybe over a decade. They delayed it for, and it was like, how did you guys release this when it wasn't ready? You know, you guys said that it would have this thing in it. Turns out that thing is not in it. You guys said that it would have XYZ and it didn't have XYZ. It's like, why did you release this product when you knew it wasn't finished? So I definitely think that that's a problem. But then they actually ended up adding more of those options that they didn't get the chance to add in. Like they eventually got there in the end, is what I've heard, is that they started out with tons of bugs. It was just non-functional, like it was a mess. But then apparently they got there in the end, which is great. It's great news, obviously. But at the same time, it's like, you guys wouldn't have had to deal. It's like the fact that there are still people. I mean, I guess you could say that you're a prime example. There are still people who only remember the poor launch and don't understand the reputation that it supposedly has earned now. And it's like, you guys as a company could have prevented that entirely by delaying it another couple months and being like, okay, we've really got to make sure that this stuff is polished out, at least to a certain degree where we understand it's playable. And I think that's what they do, is that they're like, okay, let's make sure that the most noticeable, most egregious bugs are patched, but they don't have people actually like testing them live, like day of, and then it's like day one patches are literally like sloppy as can possibly be, and it's like, well, why should there ever be a day one patch? Well, shouldn't you just make sure that your patches actually, like, you know, actually let's put all this in here, and then we could put the more rare stuff. I just think we should have high standards. It's like shoot for the moon. If you miss, you end up among the stars. Do your absolute best the first time. You know, don't pressure your employees so heavily to meet an unrealistic deadline. Extend the deadline. Make sure that they actually get it right, so that the product releases as intended, and you don't end up with unhappy fans. You don't end up with like mass refunds. You don't end up with all of that stuff. That's not good for business, but it's completely avoidable. So it's like, hey, let's avoid it. Let's avoid it together. Nobody wants to be in this situation, so why are you putting us in this situation? Let's stay out of it entirely. I'll be back 1 sec. LOL. That's my favorite typo, like, ever. Is trying to say sec and then being like sex. But I also like saying 2 secs as in like 2 seconds, but like you mean sex as in SECS. That's funny. That makes me go hee hee. When I get home. La 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 la. Shed your modesty. Which one of you is the bio one? Should mark it, shouldn't I? I should mark it, shouldn't I? Bio. AP bio. I did take that class. I thought my keyboard had died again, but I was hitting caps lock instead of what I was actually intending to hit. Zoinks, well, I need not have a tally for all of the things that I've achieved today. There have been quite a few things. Oh, that's what the moon... Okay. I was like, where were those parts from? That makes sense. I've achieved quite a lot today. There were many many achievements had, so that's what's up. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. I guess I could use a lot more salt, couldn't I? Still. Is that all that I get? Yeah, many things were achieved today, and I probably should have spent less time going insane in the membrane about Twitter stuff. Oh, right. Before I head out, that is one thing that I was gonna say. 8-hour mark? You joking? No! I shouldn't have let it get to this level. Let's make sure to save the game before we do stuff. Yeah, I definitely, oh man. What was I gonna say? It was absolutely something I was gonna say. Gonna say I'm eepy, yes.
The Foxo is very tired. He is eepy. He wants to sit down and take a fat schleeb.
whatever the meme is. I was gonna say this was literally a thought that was on my mind at the very beginning of the stream, like right when I was starting. I was gonna say like, I really want to rebuild my PC because it's kind of you can see me looking at it. Oh, my eyes are going like that became involuntary for a moment. It's loud, so I obviously have a fan behind me, so that's part of the sound that you're obviously hearing. But the fan's on the PC here. Let me turn the fan off. Turn the friggin' game off. Can you hear that? Background audio? Oh, maybe you can't. I don't know. But it definitely is kind of going insane when you've got like the fan just absolutely blaring. It's no good. But yeah, I definitely I definitely want to rebuild because it's so loud. So it's like this PC, you know, it's obviously a lot closer to the mic and everything, but it's loud, and it's like I don't want to have this one on while I'm trying to record anything, because it's obviously it's loud. But I've got another one over here, and it's less powerful, but for some reason it's actually a Starforge one. I won it in a giveaway. But for whatever reason it's far less ow, my headphones. It's like silent. Like if I were to turn this computer off right now, obviously the stream would stop, but that other computer, like it doesn't make a sound. It's actually astounding how the lack of sound is. And it's like I use the laptop as a streaming PC, and that makes more noise, but it also has issues with like I could go into a lot of detail on how the problems are. I already do need to rebuild this PC anyway, and I've been needing to for a while because the case is too small, but I haven't. It's so complicated. I've never been able to fit all of my oh, it's actually kind of embarrassing. Like my back panel is not on, and it hasn't been on since I built this PC because I've got too much stuff in it. I've just packed it full. Well, I've got too many hard drives, and it's like one too many 2-inch drive. Because I've got like just a 1 terabyte 2-inch drive, and then two and a half 2.5-inch SSDs. One's for games, one's strictly for editing, which I mean I could nix the editing one, but I don't want to. It's just been a long time since I've like mucked about in like moving parts all over the place, and it's like maybe I just need to sell a lot of the systems that I have, because it's like they're just dead weight. I don't need them. I was gonna sell that one, but then I realized, man, it is the quietest, most powerful PC that I have. Maybe I want to keep it, if only for like the purpose of just wanting to record, but it's not as powerful, so the game doesn't run as well, you know. Troublesome. Big trouble. But I can at least use it sometimes when I have like proxies to render. I use it for rendering video occasionally. In the very least, I can like play video off of it and whatnot. But anyway, I heard screeches for a sec, but maybe that was just me. It probably was. Maybe there were screeches. I don't know. It's way too hot in this room. There's no circulation in this room, and like 15 PCs. Obviously, I had most of them turned off, but like, still not okay. Absolutely unacceptable. For me to be sitting in here for 8 hours straight. 8 hours straight. I've been in here for like 8 hours straight. Actually, probably more, because I was sitting down. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. I definitely need to get some food and then go to bed. You got a question? All right, shoot. We're taking questions. How far can you zoom in? I mean, I could zoom in. I've never tried it. You know what? Just for you. Just for you. Oh, I guess that's as far as it goes. Well, why didn't I set it to this? Maybe I should do that. How do you do the how do you do it? No, it's this. Then I can set to. Is this the one? Oh, but I don't know what the position is. Gesture trigger. Oh, that actually is going to bother me if I. Wait, can I see which one is which? Okay, so this one is the small boy, so I don't want to do that one. So this is some real behind the scenes stuff here. Turn this one off. So now you're just small. It doesn't get big. So the big one, you're the big one. So I want to zoom in further. Do I want to zoom in further though? I feel like that's actually really close. Maybe I could. Anyway, I guess you helped me answer that question. This is how far I can zoom in. Very big, very zoomy, very zoomy. How far can you zoom out? Very far. Oh, I could be quite small. I can hide underneath this nondescript man. Hi. Hello there. Small boy. Yep. That's basically the long and short of it. I feel like you don't get to see this as much. For the majority, I've been in the corner, doing corner things, which we love. I mean, we love corner shenanigans. Those are fantastic. He gone. He now classified as small, real, very small. We love the small boy. Yeah, it's fun. It's some good stuff, but it is definitely schleeb time. How many different faces? I wish that I had two faces. How many is like six expressions or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I have like two emotions. That's what it is. Two emotions, but like six faces. You can lay. Yeah, we love. Anyway, sleep. We do big sleep. I want Nutella so bad, but I know we haven't got any. It's just like empty jars, and they're not even completely empty because the stupid is no good. Knocked out. We do love getting knocked out. Oh, I want a Nutella. I want a Nutella. I'm not gonna find any though. It does not exist. Yeah. Anyhow, it is sleep time. We'll see it. I do want a Nutella. We gotta do it. We got a Nutella. I need to find. I need to get it.